item for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
I was raped multiple times by my aunt's boyfriend when I was 6.
I was repeatedly raped at the age of 8 by a close family member.
I was raped at 19. I didn't speak openly about it because I was ashamed and afraid that people would judge me.
I was raped at age 5 by my caregiver's husband.
On June 17th, 2020, 5-year-old Khadija Sakho, a beautiful little girl from Freetown, Sierra Leone, was repeatedly raped and strangled to death, allegedly by her own cousin. Her death shocked the nation. But in truth, in this small West African country, 9 out of 10 girls experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. Think about that for a second. 9 out of 10. That's 90%. My name is Aisha Sase. I'm a journalist and activist. I'm joining forces with Idris Elba and other activists from across Sierra Leone to support the survivors of sexual violence with the Survivors Solidarity Fund. Please consider donating whatever you can afford. All monies raised will go to 4 local organizations currently providing free medical and legal services to survivors. 5-year-old Khadija lost her life to sexual violence. That same threat remains for millions of others. So this is also a call for you to use your voice, your power, to draw attention to an enduring culture of rape. Together, we must end it now. My name is Aisha Sase. I am Khadija Sakho.
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 We are Khadija Sakho.
We are all Khadija Sakho.
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender-based, or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
Love, joy, on another one. You know me cocoa butter, oh. Nobody love will change up. You don't reconcile me out, I'm not able to refuse them. I love you, now only that's good they real now. Now you know me gold and me diamond. Now only you I go give everything, no. Me equal to zero without you. Now me don't be your hero. Life is sweet, oh, when you there with the right person, yeah. No more messy around you, oh. Me to you, not to 2 is to 1. Now wrong equation be that, you, I don't feel fever, me heart's on the pull fire. Doctor say but bona for take am easy with love you. Me love it on the catch a fire, baby. Me love it on the catch a fire. 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 Come and solve 'em. Me love it on the catch a fire.
Yes, Doc. No, not with tablets. Yeah, just touch me here.
Me love it on the catch a fire. 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 Come and solve 'em. Me love it on the catch a fire. You know me cocoa butter, oh. Nobody love will change 'em. You don't reconcile me out, I'm not able to refuse 'em. I love you, now only that's good they real now. Now you know me gold and me diamond. Now only you I go give everything, no. Me equal to zero without you. Now me don't be your hero. Nowadays, oh, true love no easy forget you. So when you get never all of it to one. He say make I take a serum, I no want. He say make I take tablets, I no want. He say make I put you, I no want. Gonna love you, I want you. Hey, doctor, tell me, oh. Me love it on the catch a fire, baby. Me love it on the catch a fire. 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 Come and solve 'em. Me love it on the catch a fire. You know me cocoa butter, oh. Nobody love will change 'em. You don't reconcile me out, I'm not able to refuse am. I love you, now only that go the real love. Now you know me go let me diamond. Now only you I go give everything, no. Me equal to zero without you. Now me don't be your hero. Hey doctor, hey. Me love you, baby, oh. Hey, hey, ah.
Yes, Doc.
Me love you, baby.
Yeah, just touch me here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Oh, Doc. Yeah. Yeah, Doc. Oh, no, stop. Not like this.
I love my country, but I usually say Sierra Leone is the country I hate to love. I do love my country, but my God, it's painful. So this, to me, the anger is not because my father and others have been killed and laid here. The anger is coming that we are not learning. We are making the same mistakes all the time. All the time, we're making the same mistakes. I love my country, but I usually say Sierra Leone is the country I hate to love. I do love my country, but my God, it's painful. So this, to me, the anger is not because my father and others have been killed and laid here. The anger is coming that we are not learning. We are making the same mistakes all the time. All the time, we're making the same mistakes. I love my country, but I usually say Sierra Leone is the country I hate to love. I do love my country, but my God, it's painful. So this, to me, the anger is not because my father and others have been killed and laid here. The anger is coming that we are not learning. We are making the same mistakes all the time. All the time, we're making the same mistakes.
Hello, and welcome to another edition of Sierra Leone Media live on YouTube and Facebook. And welcome to another edition of How Do They Go Inside the Republic. I want to say thank you for everybody joining us this evening. I want to say thank you for joining us all this year through since we start 2023. I know say 2023 has been a challenging year for so many people, including ourselves and people already all over the world. We don't get serious kind of emotional upsets, physical upsets, financial upsets, and political upsets. But this is 2023. Everything else what the sky for do or sky for puts together, we expect say it is not going to be the same like 2022. Like we always say, this is now election year, and we expect people and for be very cautious about everything that you do, very spending, and very cautious about the way things are happening within their environment, especially in Sierra Leone. So I go on for say thank you once more for joining us this evening. And I feel say today is another edition of How They Go Inside the Republic, which means we talk about so many things that will don't happen within the past couple of days, weeks or so inside Sierra Leone. And also things that really affect Sierra Leoneans, them not the diaspora, we directly connected to the country itself, Sierra Leone. Today we get to Koto Juma. We will join we later on. He's on transit. I too now know see right now he's on a special mission all over the world. Well, he's on transit right now. He will definitely join me later on. I don't know whether me Oba of Child Team want for say hello to viewers them this evening. Normally, I can bring and come in very late, but today I want him to join us at least a little bit early to be able for start the discussion. You're not going to involve that much, but I don't know how good able for the guy for making involved as much as he can. It will not see now the people that really support the people that really being the people left. Well, I go along for say welcome to the viewers once more and make una hear voice behind the microphone and the mixing desk where the next Sierra Leone made look good and professional all the time. Over to you, Mr. Palmer. And I can't tell me say Tibo, can you hear me? You'll be coming up to Juma.
Tibo, do you hear me?
I don't think it's okay.
I'm getting some hum, Tibo. I don't know if not me or you. So bear with me quickly. I'm just going to adjust a couple of things.
Okay. And I think it's fine from my end. I don't know.
It's fine from your end. Can you hear me yes. Loud and clear?
I can hear you loud and clear. No oming.
Check. I hope so. We neighbor them. We paddy them. We all the journey with them. They hear me nice and clear. They not see me yet, but hopefully they will see me just now.
I think so. Then they hear you loud and clear.
And they hear me loud and clear. Yeah? All right. So yeah, T-boy. Good evening. I don't know why you call me Ali, but it's good to hear you call me Ali, Seth, because there was one thing Mabua mentioned. I play the last video I played just now before we go live. I play and tweet him, and it was a message from Yusuf Jallo. And one of the message them, they say, make a remember the right word. Salon a country art for legs until like that.
Yeah,
you know we love we country, but country art for leg. And you know, this weekend we worked on just at the beginning of this week. We worked on a funeral service in Sierra Leone and on the repast. And some of the messages that we hear from the repast, you know, again, it touched me because the person we pass look like say he pass not to be in term. You know, we can always say now God in term. But yeah. It sounds like say not to in term, but now we institutions them. Na salon, we medical institutions that are salon for be precise, now then fail them. You know, we go through year after year after year. We might not even say year. Every week we get the situation there so. Most of them we don't hear about because not of people and we get name not on. You know, poor people, which thing they can call the grassroots of people in the go, then the worker go inside hospital with then 2 foot. Then they don't work out. You know, it's a sad thing, and it's been going on for far too long. Basic things then we can't lack, but yet we the gladdy for things that will not really matter. You know, healthcare is something that we need to invest in as a nation. We governments them, we leaders them need for take down the very, very seriously. One of the testimonies them on at the repass was a practicing nurse here in the UK, and one of the things that we is say we are take home now how if certain things like that in the be so the person will lose their career. You know, in Sierra Leone, with the students here to go and nobody know they get held responsible. But when you go to prisons, we get people who in our prisons for years, then in case they're not gonna cut it because they thief rest, or then thief breed, or then thief some menial things them. But the people them way they really and truly rob the country dry, or walk in the streets and are being treated like they're demigods. You know, as I say, I played that video 3 times because Yusuf Ojalo kept on saying, or he said once, and I replayed it, our country at Folek.
That's a very strong statement for say we can't get ask for leg, and I agree with you at some point, Femi, because no matter how we look at what everybody else is trying to do in making their own meaningful contribution towards the society we all belong to in Sierra Leone, but sometimes it's a struggle because the more you try for claim up the hill, the more people are trying to bring you down. The more you try for highlight positive things that people will look into, the more they try for to realize them and make them make you look like for either not serious or you decrease. The more you try for bringing calm awareness to them, the more they try for tell you say it's not to you did, you don't understand how things work now. As far as certain peoples are concerned in Sierra Leone, everything is okay. And they can tell you say, man, not to you day. We don't understand how operations they happen at Salon. But Salon is cool. We are fine. We are okay. We are doing well. But when you look at all the issues then surrounding the concerns, the way many people in the ways, I think they were not really meant to be recognized in terms of highlighted things that are like a norm. These are like norm in most societies all over the world, even in some developing countries. It is like a social norm we they begin struggle for. I mean, look at our sub-region within West Africa for stats. Before we used to have people from all those sub-regions coming to Sierra Leone for basic things they would expect, say, and suppose forget not in country. For example, education. After that, you begin look at some kind of different way of job creation. Because I remember maybe about 30, 40 years ago, people were coming all the way from Ghana coming to Sierra Leone for jobs because we had enough job creation at that particular point in time. And also, people they left the sub-region, they come to Sierra Leone or can do business because even though things were difficult, but we still have people from Senegal, Gambia, Ivory Coast, specifically from Gambia, who were doing businesses at some of the provincial towns of Sierra Leone, like Kenema, Kono, Koindu, and a little bit of Kainlang at some point because they were all coming into those areas to seek employment in the mining fields, in the agricultural fields, and also in various different mining fields, when I gold, diamond, bauxite wasn't too much of a mining minerals in Sierra Leone, but I think back in the days it was more to do with diamond, gold, and rutile. And we will see influx of foreigners, influx of sub-region people coming to Sierra Leone to seek employment. But what has changed over those years? We know to get them people in the way they come anymore. Now they have used our resources and build their own economy wherever they were coming from. For example, Gambia. Many Gambians, Maracas, and people that maybe they come off from Gambia, they can settle Nakono or can do diamond and gold business. Most of them use that resources to build the economy of Gambia that we see today thriving and moving forward. Fastest possibly growing economy within the sub-region for the past couple of years, and they have maintained so much sanity. So it's like say, over there, then the Gambians they replicate in Gambia. For example, they were saying in Kono back in the days, you get to take permits for going inside Kogi town because if you not get permits for inside Kogi town, you find it very difficult to live in there because it was like a business area where many people they go into for create or for find job. So it's the same thing with Gambia. Gambia, they need to joke about their permit system right now in Gambia. If you not get permits, you need this. You don't know so full and full foods thinking you are in another country and you don't care. They have strict immigration rules that maintain their citizens' rights and also gives other foreigners rights to stay in their country legitimately by seeking permits, either stay permit or work permit or any form of permit. If you're there for education, you have an education visa that permits you to study in Gambia, and also you have to renew your status permit for you to live in Gambia. In Sierra Leone, we don't have none of that because we look at and say, what's the relevance? There is no relevance behind it at all. And we believe, say, if we not take some of them things into consideration, then we are going down the drain. Nothing has changed within the past 30, 40 years in Sierra Leone because everything else seems to be the same, even though other countries then at the sub-region don't move way ahead of us. But anyway, let's come back to one of the most important things we happened this weekend. When the funeral of we sister we passed away when in Weta Bawa, we commonly known as Eta. And we realized say that funeral day was given a huge amount of presence from the entertainment industry in Sierra Leone and also out of Sierra Leone. We all see the household name of entertainers. Then we go and attend that funeral day from the wake, the vigil. It was packed full of people from all walks of life. There were a couple of government officials there as well at the wake. And then the funeral itself, we saw a couple of high-profile ministers. We saw the Anti-Corruption Commissioner boss, and we saw the Minister of Information, and we saw a few more heads of authorities. And we also see the Godfather, Jimmy. I was quite impressed that he held himself up properly to give a message or speech at the funeral itself. But we all see the amount of honor within the late Wetabawa, and we realize, say, okay, good. We accept the fact, say, people should be honored when they passed away. But I think also, we therefore begin. Femi, is my audio okay, or you're struggling to hear me? Okay, that's fine. I don't know what has been the problem. Let me increase my volume. Is there any better now? Okay, so basically, what we don't see happen on that day, now the fact say there were so many people gracing the occasion. So many people came out in numbers. Some came out in their own way of saying goodbye, whether it was something that they really meant to do, or they were representing themselves, or they were representing either some amount of guilt or some amount of stuff that they could have done when she was alive. So we don't know. So many mixed emotions on that particular day. But I think it's full of tears from young people, especially young people where you don't work with all these years. And can you imagine at that younger age, exiting the world, and imagine how much work she has done for a tender age, because as far as I'm concerned, somebody of that age is like getting to their prime in their late 30s. That would be like their prime time for them to be showcasing exactly what they are capable of or made of. And I feel, say, it's sad for lose somebody at this particular point in time, especially where the country is fully surrounded by political issues that really happen all over the country right now. I don't think, say, there is no right time to die, but I think it is not the right time for somebody to pass away. I remember vividly during the election, we also lost a very strong entertainer within the entertainment industry, but it wasn't even spoken of. Nobody really was aware within the entertainment industry. We know, say, we don't lost somebody of that nature, and that person was Ahmed Jankanabi, when I've been the Bubu King. We lost Ahmed Jankanabi 2018, right bang in the middle of election. And it was a struggle to actually highlight the emphasis or emphasize on the capacity of the artists we lost at that particular point in time. It was sad because I think it was not a public event for the people of Sierra Leone to know that we've lost Ahmed Jankanabi, because it was right bang in the middle of election and nobody was paying attention to such loss because everybody else is focusing on election campaign. So it was a sad situation, and especially when Wetabawa also passed away right bang in the middle of an election year, where majority of the focal points of voting may happen been there around APC flag bearer convention, McKinney. So it took away a huge amount of the kind of respect we possibly in get within even the APCians then, because there were a huge amount of entertainers go to the province for go attend that particular event there. It could have been totally different if they were in Freetown and haven't been able to travel. But the fact that they were not around and many of the activities within politics was taking over the whole country, it means people will pass away of significant value to civilian, but will not be given the presence of how they should have given them a befitting funeral. But it was slightly different with Henrietta, because I believe say it was well organized and put together by the godfather himself and family members who actually gave her a befitting funeral. I was quite surprised and feel a bit okay with the fact that the church was full packed of mourners. The procession was also full packed with mourners. And it's not just about the amount of people that turn up, but the quality and the kind of respect with the amount of people that we show up, put up on that particular day. And I think, say, if the family were sitting down thinking of their daughter hasn't been somebody of any kind of impact or we don't create into Sierra Leone, now they will understand the person that she was when she was alive. So I feel say I want to say thank you to all the people in Wait Sky for make sure say they do all their best, for make sure say and Wait Tabawa have a befitting funeral. I want to say thank you also to Jimmy B because I think he played a great role in making sure that Enweta Bawa have a befitting funeral. So in light of that, I also want to extend me thanks and appreciation to the family because again, things like this sometimes is very confusing. It will end up to be like a controversial event wherein family wants to take control, entertainers want to take control, people who are in different agencies or ministries also want to take control. But I think they all worked collaboratively together and they put up a good event where it's safe me for happy if it been there for see most of what thing happen. But the sad thing is it will only accept and the prayers then we go put for go be the thing we go benefit wherever she is right now. Will continue for me, God sorry for the sins that we don't commit on earth, and whoever we don't also upset, please continue for forgive her and move on to a different platform of forgiving others whilst they're still alive. But I also want to say thank you to the organizers of the WePass in London. We headed by friends of ETA and specifically Agnes Pratt, Queen of Social Media, and also Ivy Blue, Rugi Ivy Blue, Mrs. Isata Sisejala of the Health Show, and of course the men around was also once Vosnector also played a great role in terms of making sure that everything happens nicely and smoothly. And we saw a huge amount of household name people and we done the work within girl child support network in Sierra Leone. People that we done the work on gender issues in Sierra Leone. We showed up on that particular event. We had a huge amount of them. And I think it was not about the quantity of people that were there present, but the quality of people that were there present was what was very important because we have household name people and we done the work on gender-based issues in Sierra Leone for possibly more than 20 or 30 years. These are the people who we are looking up to in Wetabawa for say, well, okay, we don't become a bit old, we don't retire, and we need fresh face, fresh energy, and fresh people and for come up and take up from who side we left from so that the legacy for fighting for young girls in Sierra Leone and gender-based issues will not just die out so easily. But we're doing it at the same time with a huge amount of integrity, with a huge amount of value for what they are doing. We're not going to do with fame, money, and other issues that they contradict the essence of doing charitable work in Sierra Leone. So again, like I said, I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to Queen of Social Media by making sure that she puts together all other people who were supporting her from the background, family support from Freetown, and also the organizers. Then we helped for make sure say the repass happened in London, and it was well attended. and we kind of made a twist to it as Sierra Leone Media by actually putting up a mini show. We talk about few things then we people they know about Henrietta Bawa so that they can share their knowledge, their ideas of who she was, why still we're working with her over the years of knowing her. And also some people and they will even come talk about and we possibly not meet them yet for the first time. We meet them, maybe just talk to them online or just chat with them. And everybody shared their fond memories about her. And it was something that was good because, again, feedback from that, now the fact say many people get to know who she was. For those that haven't actually met her in person, we don't even know nothing about her. But that short program we put together just to build up the momentum of the repass in London, give people an opportunity for Sabi Udanadi Eta, Udanadi Real Eta, what she stood for, and some of the things that we fight for as a young woman growing up in the provincial towns of both, and then came all the way down to Freetown and start up a new career. We believe, say, that the career and the way he left party died. But like Femi said earlier on, the concerns raised around everything that happens to her has to do with health. Health has been one of the biggest killer, not just all over the world, but specifically in Sierra Leone, because you do go salon, you walk into any hospital, but you're not 110% sure whether you're going to be walking back out of that same hospital like the way you walked into it. Reason being, one, until the worker go inside it with some kind minimal amount of illness, we know they cause you death, but whilst you're there, you could pick up something where they actually lead to you death. That's tragic. Or you might walk in there with something we're not supposed to kill you, but based on few challenges for do it, maybe negligence, lack of proper equipment, lack of proper care, lack of proper medication, just lack of something we're not really warrant somebody for die, will make you pass away. We don't see that don't happen so many times. And even the past couple of days, we heard about somebody else who passed away just a few days before. I think the same day for Henrietta Bawa in funeral, another household name Sierra Leone within the sport industry or within the sporting discipline, we also passed away. But again, sudden illness, before you think about it, can't go to hospital. Within a couple of hours, they announced his death. And everybody was like, no, not possible. I talked to that man yesterday. I talked to that man a few hours ago. I talked to that man 2 days ago. That's the Sierra Leone we live in. The Sierra Leone way you cannot determine whether you're going to be alive within the next couple of hours. The Sierra Leone way you can't determine what's going to happen to you if you're sick and what can go inside in your hospital. The Sierra Leone way they determine whether you could get the right amount of medical care if you fall sick. Do we have to go to the Sierra Leone way if you either ask safe, you're afraid for drink paracetamol because you're not too sure, say, that paracetamol in a chalk? Do we have to go to the Sierra Leone way, the afraid, say, if something go choke you, you go afraid, say, something tetanus go kill you if you don't take tetanus injection for, we go last you for maybe 10 years? Do we have to go to the Sierra Leone way, go afraid, say, if you go there, you sick, you go get diarrhea, you might lose it all within an hour, because there is not proper care for me to be able to stabilize you? Do you want to go to the Sierra Leone way if you feel to say you ate the art, the next thing you need for Luna for jump in a plane for fly back, can't make you get proper medical care? Now listen to this. A couple of days ago, you say, oh, the former Inspector General of Sierra Leone don't want away, don't go America. And guess what? The irony behind is traveling to the United States. Can you imagine? And he boastfully they say, I fly to America for kind of medical checkup. Wow. Can you imagine that? And they boast about them back as well. Say, oh, when I fit aside, they're going away, and they're going away, I fly to America because I want for can do my medical checkup. Why don't do my medical checkup, though? They are going out alone for go fetch the feds. Really? You see, the difference now, the fact say, you have that opportunity to fly from Sierra Leone to the United States of America, and you are proud to give your address to the world, nobody will come after you because you believe where you are safe. Is it the same for other Sierra Leoneans living in Sierra Leone? Hell no, it's not the same. Can never be the same. Cannot even compare that. Because guess what? If you have the ability to fly to America to have your medical done, I think you should think about those that don't have the opportunity. But guess what? You also get the people that really sing praises for them. Oh yeah, with the town I say, this man a lion, now fighter, blah, blah, blah. He don't go America, he don't go look after himself, he come back for camp first. Can you imagine that? So until that person, they make that noise themselves. If he's sick right now, he aid arts, he go struggle forget paracetamol. And why I say struggle forget paracetamol will possibly cure in headache. He go struggle for survive if he gets malaria or diarrhea. Sometimes the amount of time where it will take for me to rush into the nearest clinic or hospital, it go don't pass away. But you are proudly singing, praising the former Inspector General of Police, and you amplify the fact say he went to America for his medical, and you are struggling to even have a packet of paracetamol for just a simple headache. Because that is the system where they don't create for you. They've created a system that they themselves cannot use. They don't create the health system where they not feel say it good enough for cure them. They've created a health system where they not feel say good enough for do their medical checkup. I can understand if maybe the president they fly for medical checkup. Maybe a little bit, I go understand a little bit. But I can't understand and comprehend the fact say a former Inspector General of Police will be very proud for make a statement publicly. Like and then they say, I fly go America for my medical treatment. And people are dying when able to afford basic medical care, And I feel say it just make that day for become like an anthem. But I don't think that's the specific reason why he flew to America. He just want for maybe cover the tracks for say something and say don't want away or something either take cover or elsewhere. Because if you're leaving the country unannounced, nobody wants to know whether you live in the country or not anyway. Maybe except for those who think it's relevant for them to know that you live in the country, except otherwise. But personally, if people immediately get their normal day-to-day care, medically, they are fine. Financially, they are okay. They don't have any form of, or maybe minimal form of economic disaster surrounding them. They will not see that as anything of any importance to them if anybody like you live in the country. But because then they feel, say, okay, it's about time now for people to leave the country because we're getting to the situation where things are going to be tough, things are going to be difficult, things are going to be challenging, things are going to be out of control. So everybody is making their way out. Who? The ones that can afford it. The ones that believe that things are not going to be fine, so we don't have to stay. We're going, and then we come back after. What about those that don't have the privilege to do that? When I feel say it's just easy for like some man, the say, if pack in one old family, can then go Guinea, if not Guinea, they able to go. Can then go Liberia, if not, nobody able to go. Those are possibly the only two countries you can go by road. If you cannot afford it, sometimes you will struggle to go to Gambia because it means you have to fly. And flying to Gambia is going to cost a person minimum, maybe $300 or more. I don't know how much it is right now because I remember clearly about 4 or 5 years ago, I paid something like $300 from Gambia to Sierra Leone because I choose not to go direct because it was way too expensive. But when you check it again, I think it was better that I could have traveled direct because it might have been not much of a difference because the hassle going to Gambia, staying there for a couple of days, you spend the minimum of $200 maybe, and then you pay extra $300 at the airport to purchase a ticket to Freetown. And then when you get to the airport, they are charging you for excess luggage because you came to the Gambia with set amounts of luggages, but the flight that is taking you from Gambia to Sierra Leone can only allow you with one suitcase, but you already have two. So the difference is not that great. But can you imagine how many people can afford that in Sierra Leone right now? But say, okay, let we go and get ourselves on the safer side of the world. When the election drama done, we come back salon. Very few. And who are those very few? Those very few that are directly connected. Over the past couple of weeks, I have seen a lot of videos and pictures of Sierra Leoneans who are singing the praise of the current government. They are not in Sierra Leone right now. I've seen bloggers, I've seen people who are frontline media practitioners, but they are not in Sierra Leone right now. They've left. They're not left. Who said in there? Some they London, some don't go America, some they Australia, some they are different parts of the world. But most of them are living slowly, 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 unannounced. Unannounced. Because then they take cover. But how many of them can do that? The one who don't put themselves at the front line now, can they afford to do that? Only few of them. And the only few of them that can afford to do that are the only few of them that are directly connected. Directly connected. And they're giving peanuts to those that are not directly connected, but putting them in the line of danger. That line of danger, now for them, for singing and praises, even though they don't have to, but they are forced to, either because they're giving them peanuts or otherwise. I saw a video this afternoon of the current chief minister, proudly, not him personally, but within his household in Lumley, I guess, giving out money to youth. Can you imagine how much money might that be? Maybe 30 or 40,000 per youth. Then the queue now in us, some then they inside the compound, some then they outside the compound, then they collect 30 or 40,000 every weekend. Why? Because they want to make them maintain them youth and their sanity, that the environment they will, and they so then go continue for support and sing the rhythm of the power of government. But guess what? Is that the bread and water? For example, 30,000 a week, is that good enough for youth man and us alone? Why not give them employment? Why not find job creations for them? So those handouts are some of the things that we think it's okay. Oh, this is fine. Look, we just manage this normal. When I go to come every week. That is what? We don't make the people live for now. Handouts. Because when you make people live for handouts, they will be very okay if you give them 40,000 every week, every weekend. Because that 40,000 they really give, it will begin manage them. It's a half. Till the weekend come back, it go collect the 40,000. That's not the life for youth man in a salon. From somebody when I've been the Minister of Finance, we say it fix the bread and butter issue in a salon within 6 months if they take over governance. Now he's the chief minister, which means he supervises all the ministries them in Sierra Leone. He's possibly the prime minister in Sierra Leone right now. We're very happy to dish out money every weekend to youth man. Is that the promises that he made? Let's think about some of these things that really happen at salon and put yourself in the situation and see how we can survive. because it's going to be challenging to survive in an environment like that, especially coming to election months. And we don't see so many things that happen right now within the local communities then. And one thing we feel say people then go begin for do now next. Now we begin pack them bag, put and don't stand by. They wait for something to happen. But anyway, let's watch the space and see exactly what thing will happen within the next couple of weeks in Sierra Leone as we lead up to the waiting game for APC for select their running mates. Very interesting. I don't know whether I might have the right to say what they can say so, but I go ask question. And the question what they ask now, who that una feel say go be the running mate for APC come June 24, 2023 election? So far, I think the big six will have been the highly contended candidates them for the flag bearer election don't automatically disqualified because they don't have any chances at all for being running mates because they already aspired for bigger position than the running mates when are the flag bearer. But who makes the decision is a very crucial question possibly everybody else is asking. Is it going to be a decision put together by the APC executive, or is it going to be the decision put together by Dr. Samura Kamara, the flag bearer? Very interesting question. And that question, they still unable to forget answer for them yet, because there has been so many rumors flying around. And those rumors might be true, might not be true, might be seen like it is something of a story where who is telling the story and why is that person telling that story, and what's going to be the outcome of this story. So now that's the question. Oda una fit say go be the running mate for Dr. Samura Kamara winner the flag bearer for APC come this election in June. Femila bring it in. You wanna bring it in, Femi? Something you answer the question.
It's not a problem, too.
The question what they ask now, who do you feel say go be the running mate for Dr. Samura Kamara winner the flag bearer for APC?
Really, Nami, will ask that question there.
Well, just your opinion. You don't have to answer it, but just give me your opinion. Or just maybe.
You know, it's the brother where they talk about Kukam.
I go wait and make it come. But in the meantime, okay, I don't highlight few things then we I feel say you said don't highlight one or two in regards to the things that we I feel say now of concern with the current chief minister with the shape money to youth man them every weekend now in compound alumni. And in regards to the former Inspector General of Police, we fly out of the country proudly saying he'll go seek medical attention.
Yeah,
wasn't
it? I say a real dandy. But you know, the question we ask me, I be not answer from my own point of view a few weeks ago. I will not see and I did talk and back. I think say APC will do themselves a disfavor if they not choose Cherno as the running mates. I believe say Samuel and Cherno were a formidable team on the last election. We remember see the talk was around town say nobody knows Sabi Samura, and yet they gave the APC gave the SLPP a run for their money, although they were supposedly a team where nobody knows Sabi. So imagine now we people don't Sabi them. And these two guys have literally been in Sierra Leone, I would say leading leading the discussion from even where after they lost the election, most of the time we hear and we see these guys on the streets. Whenever Midongo Fritong and these guys turn up in places crowded and they can't get around them. So, you know, I mean, I'm sure there's other capable people within APC, but I think, say, at the moment, Channel don't do enough over the last few years for desire for keep keep that position there. So I think, say, if APC remove Chen and put somebody else, they will be costing themselves votes.
I hugely support that statement, even we make on the last term. I was possibly caught in the middle of conflicts of interest at some point, and I therefore waive that conflicts of interest there and speak me mind. And me mind now the fact say where we are right now, the SLPP government have made a wise decision, a very wise one, but also a wise and politically strategic position by reselecting Vice President Jules Jallo for making be the running mate for President Julius Maada Bio. Although we possibly they anticipate say that wasn't going to happen, but eventually it did happen. And the reason why we they anticipate that because you be done ready for switch over, thinking he's going to be the running mate after the Nongia and the offer 5 years ago, where it's on and down. But anyway, that's another discussion. But politically, SLPP don't strategically put themselves back in the position where they've been used as a strategic position for 2018 election. Because by then they know for sure the current flag bearer when have been the flag bearer, then be the one with Cherono Maju ba when Cheikoko. And SLPP realize say we have to split the full of votes. And the fuller vote is a crucial vote in Sierra Leone then. We will bring calm the conflicts of saying, we only dance devil, then we only sell drugs, the owner a drug dealer. But what we have seen happening within the past 4 years, now a testimony of the truth, where people let me talk, now salon then 4 years ago or 5 years ago. Both sides of the political platform, they say, we own a drug dealer, and then the other one, they say, a devil dancer. All right. So between the two, culturally, what is worst? The drug dealer or the dance devil? So what we don't see, now the effects of the drug dealer, we will all don't see clear one. The picture has been painted very clear for everybody else to see. Whereas the increase of drug abuse in Sierra Leone don't rise from possibly 10% to 70%, wherein security apparatus, the way they in charge for keep the peace, also became users of the drugs they also. So that was a living testimony for say, Unayona drug dealer, because the evidence was quite there, openly. Everybody see the effects of Unayona drug dealer. And then now, the effects of Unayon the dance devil, we didn't see it happen. Because what's in SLPP can do, they ban all masquerade. But if na been true Bemben say Unayon the dance devil, I think if we don't get the opportunity for don't dance devil, if na been real devil dancer. But let's take that devil dancing thing into context because it is our culture. And for the facts in our culture, we for put premium value to them. And the premium value where me personally they put to that masquerade devil dance, the way they call devil. What is devilish about it? I don't really understand what is devilish about it compared to the way how drugs is more than evil to mankind, because we've seen people where not a dance devil, where extremely go be religious, hooked up by drugs, and get a useless lifestyle after like a week of consuming any type of drugs of any nature. But again, you can take drugs. Abusing it is another thing. You can take drugs, maybe for recreational purposes, but not to abuse it. Because the drugs, when we feel the same, are the most common drugs all over the world. Not they really get you go crazy. Because we've seen people who are sober-minded, including with ministers who are going to get anyway, then they smoke and win a jamba. Then they will talk with authority, say yes, it's fact, because as I be plenty way, they smoke jamba. Anyway, either they don't smoke and before me I see, or we don't jam na pot. Me I don't smoke over, they're going to boku pot. Because now we get sense, we don't pot, man. And we don't see some guy where they can't start pots with the hide. Now then, can say nobody hide, but now pot you do. What you do, I do, I no more come on, do. But nobody get your time now. I can't enjoy yourself, have fun, and go home and sleep. That is what most of them do. So these are like recreational drugs. But when it gets to the extreme, to abuse it now, that's different. Because you begin to get different form of mixture. But the one where they dance devil and the one where they sell drugs, also I wanna prefer right now. If we they make that kind of comparison there. But anyway, that's not for the political parties then for choose. Now one don't choose, then still maintain the drug dealer because they believe say yes, drugs is making a huge impact in Sierra Leone, so they maintain them. Fine. The one where they dance devil, you don't dance devil for the past 5 years? No. So I don't know whether APC they look at the mandates for say Honorable Chairman Omar Ba don't serve the party for, I go say 20 years, because I've known him into politics for almost 20 years now. And he don't win election 4 times, if I would say. He don't serve as a member of parliament 4 times, if I would say. And he don't serve as deputy speaker of parliament in last capacity, now leader of the opposition, and also leader of the majority in parliament, and also he don't serve in the capacity of ECOWAS. Was it the ECOWAS chairperson or something, or speaker of ECOWAS parliament at some point, or deputy or something anyway? But he don't serve in a high capacity like the ECOWAS parliament. So these are somebody we get vast knowledge in politics, especially politics in Sierra Leone. But again, what's in APC they look for? According to their new constitution, apparently, the current flag bearer winner, Dr. Samora Kamara, for select 3 names of people, if we put forward to the members of the NAC executive, where they look at them 3 names there, so and actually fine-tune them and select who that them feels say capable or do or for work alongside Dr. Samora Kamara for being in one inmate. But what are they taking into consideration in making all those selections and discussing those 3 selections? One thing we are possibly learned a couple of weeks ago from Mion, I know call him coming to APC, from Mion Koto. Well, not to me Koto self because okay, not to me Koto. From Mion brother. Now the fact say the flag bearer and the running mates, according to the new constitution of the APC, they automatically become the leader of the political party when the president to be, if you win the election, and in vice president will be the deputy leader of the party Then you now get the other executive, then chairman, secretary general, and the rest, and the rest, and the rest, and the rest. Okay. Now, what are we looking at? Are we looking at the president who is going to be serving as the president of Sierra Leone, not only president of APCO, the president of Sierra Leone, and the vice president will go chair certain heads of institution in Sierra Leone, but at the same time, will be able to look after the affairs of the political party where the president they represent in various different capacities. Right. The president, as we all know, is now growing to become a politician. But he was and still is a technocrat, an economist, somebody who has the ability and tendency to change the economic position of any country where he gets himself involved with. We've seen that happening over the past couple of years, where he don't serve in various different capacities, possibly within the past 25 to 30 years, in the development of the economy of Sierra Leone. Some might say he failed, some might say he did well, some might say he maintained stability of the economy at some points when the country was in disaster. Everybody has their own opinion about what they think of him during his term in office when he was serving. So we all believe he gets enough economic development background in him, where he go able for use now because he is now the #1 man, and try for execute most of the things that we will find difficult to execute because there was somebody else that will sanction or that will confirm or sign off most of the things that will be the kind of table where if for actually finance from the consolidated fund or from international donation will come direct to the government. But now that he has the mandate, if he becomes the president, we know for sure, say, we'll not get for wait to, there is no time to waste. We can begin the EU 6 months, 1 year, oh, we'll not wait small, no more things. Nope. We all don't see how the country they right now. If you know for say no able, pull on. But if you put your hand, you for fix. We'll not get time for it. So there should be your planning in preparation. We need to wait for 6 months for make you name you executive or whoever get for be you ministers of various different ministries. Then they for don't they but we get for vet them no more after you don't make the selection then because we get for see the one and we're capable or we're not capable. No favors this time around. I believe we now want. So why is you doing that? We expect, say, if I was APC, expect, say, you vice president, we could be anybody for the work on the issues of other heads of departments in Sierra Leone and also facilitate some amount of relationship with the party stalwarts, meaning looking at how the party will also benefit from your candidacy and from your presidency. Again, even though when they look at those favors, we still get for the watch and see who that then get for give them favor than they too, because we still scrutinize and ask questions about some of those people, whether they can deliver or they cannot deliver. At the moment, even the executive way they run right now gets serious more concerns, in my own opinion. Not the opinion of Sierra Leone Media or anybody else, but me, T-Boy. I have a huge amount of reservation for some of the executive that has been already elected. But let's wait and see what they can do. Maybe they will prove me wrong in some areas, but I will wait and see what is going to happen. So in that capacity, the suspected names of people and where we see as the possible candidates, well, not candidate, because again, this is a position that is not voted for. It is a position of selection. So not a position where then we go vote for the person. But still, they have raised the concern of selecting 3 people. So which means Then therefore go either vote for the NTK people and they within the NAC executive, if that's so they want for them, or then therefore sit down and scrutinize them individually and see what is their potential for make them become a potential running mate. As far as I'm concerned, in my opinion, the potential running mate for be somebody when not a politician. We all know how nasty salon politics be. And we all know how dirty salon politics be. If you don't have a politician who can stabilize, who can maintain sanity, who can satisfy and possibly deal with the ones that are not satisfied in a proper manner, disaster is at the bench, edge of the bench, awaiting to happen. So, my opinion again, if you look at all the potential, three names, then we meet the yeri, na dem are the yeri, and not saying that na the official law, but na dem meet the yeri. I know for sure say whether na me ace not get unclear or something na yeri and not yeri fine. One of the potential way na being the former mayor, we still na the mayor, even Akin Sawyer. I saw a video of her making a statement at the new town hall saying, I know say there is a lot of rumors where don't they go around in terms of what I want, what I don't want. But I want for assure una waiting at this town hall today say, I know say I don't serve una. And I not say una all they expect something from me. But I will continue for put myself forward for the mayoral race. So basically, if I are clear, it means it is still on for mayor. But he also puts birthday. Since that position where them be they highlight me for say maybe go come for me, not go come for me, it's based on recommendation and appointment. If they look me and they say, we they select you, I'm still ready to serve in that capacity. So it don't make card quite open. It is run for mayor, and at the same time, her books are still open. If the call comes, say, we want for make you can run for the running mate, it go accept them with open hands. But the one thing we're happy for, we make a gladdy self small, tete a gladdy. Not because even I can say an APCO. Not because even I can say a woman. Now, because of the opposition content that we don't put against anybody else, we get for contest for that position day as mayor of Freetown. Come on. And I don't hesitate for saying myself. Before we get somebody like a Mohamed Gentu for guy represent as mayor na Freetown. Freetown, also Calabaton or Lumley. This na Freetown municipality we talk about. So we get for hold all the ministerial positions them in the country inside the city. For making Ganton mayor, I beg Mayor even Akinsaya, please run. If you not run, my only second option. But then I'm your opinion, no. So this not to say against media opinion. I can't say just not say against media and say not to say against media. So this now me, boy. My second opinion at Jagaban. Femi, you know why? Now bring can inside this. Femi, come. No, the wait for Juma, man. I know say Juma don't go out now. Don't take na the ear too much. Femi. To me, my second opinion, na Jagaban. And let me tell you why. They say money, na in the stone money, no to so. So if money they stone money, I listen to, well, I don't listen to a few comedy skits the way comedians in the do na Freetown in relation to Mohammed Gentle. Mohammed Gentle, well, I'm not going to say he's still a friend. Sometimes you go and say me not to him party again, but he's a friend. I'm a party. Daniel, we can't twist and change it around. I'm a party, bing, bing, bing. I'm not going to say no more how you be me party, but I'm a party. Passing deny me now, but if you deny me, I'm choice. But let me say because of Nami party, I for support and power what you want for can do. But do the business with you no more. Fine. No problem, no get problem at all. But deal with that. That is totally different from holding an office like that in Sierra Leone. Usai send, not to say, send, Usai send people in there. And you get somebody who can run the whole city of Sierra Leone, the main city of Sierra Leone. No, I totally disagree with that. So for that reason they alone, I want Lake even Insai continue for run. What to say not get potential for be running metro, what to say it could be bias so. And to be honest, running mate situation or presidential situation as alone should not be based on gender, should not be based on tribal line, should not be based on political affiliation or influence to the top of society or authorities, should not be based on anything other than potential of somebody who is capable for winning election, period. Period. That's not the only thing where I feel say if for possess potential of somebody who is capable for win election. Simple. And the only person who don't contest to that position, they were not for say capable for win election. Now, even I can say we don't win election, we don't see African as mayor. Fine. Apart from that, now we don't win 4 elections with all the challenges that we don't face. Apart from that, the other person will get another potential where no politics, we possibly don't serve in various different capacities in local level elections. You don't win them, you don't stand, you don't contest, you don't win few more other elections than within the local level. Now, Diana Konomani. So these are the differences in how they possibly look at the running mate situation for APC. There's a lot of rumors going around with former Deputy Minister of Health, Marina Roman, and also Jagaban. Jagaban, again, a newcomer, where possibly, I saw a video a couple of days ago. No, it wasn't a couple of days ago, it was yesterday or today. I see this video, Femi, then get this go boy the dance. Say go boy the all on turn to APC. I'm like, what's in this to count on to now? Because I understand say Jagaban come out from the southeast. Basically, Timini man we born and grew up na the southeast. Apparently, Bo also or Kenema, I'm not too sure, but in a Bo. So the group of people that I see, they dance go boy, all the people already been the go boy, I get them where they say Jagaban don't bring can APC na Mendeline and we support APC because of Jagaban. Okay, good. I like that. It's fine. It's very interesting. Now something where they begin to unfold where that the reality of the truth, or now because of you getting money for spend, or what is it? I don't know. So that is something where at the monitor now the sideline for see how that one they develop. So the running mate is very crucial for the APC coming to the election. We only get a couple of months away from, because it's a make or break for the APC. Make or break meaning if they choose the wrong candidate, wrong in the sense the candidates where no matter whether that candidate they win the election, which is what everybody possibly wants to hear in Sierra Leone, but will it be a disaster for the political party itself? But to be honest, if the candidate they win the election, I don't care whether the party go from their own disaster. Then have their own problem and they can deal with that. That's internal. As long as we know, say, we are in a new era within the history of politics in Sierra Leone, then that's fine for some of us. Because the way how things they happen as alone right now, some of us are not happy about the situation. Because there is a huge line of differentiation and discrimination right across board, not just tribal discrimination, because even within the tribal links of the SLPP, there is huge amounts of discrimination there as well. Because there is Mende inside Mende, there is tribe inside tribe. So what you don't see now, a huge division of discrimination on all levels. On all levels in Sierra Leone. Not just one area no more. So when people, when they get this thing wrong, maybe some say, oh, now the Mende discriminates against the Timide or the other tribes. Say, no, even within the Mende itself, there is a huge amount of there is a huge amount of discrimination where they happen. The huge one, huge one, where some of the people then can't even voice it out because they're even afraid. They're afraid for even their own safety within the tribal line itself, when at their own tribe. So you got to be very mindful and weigh how you assess the discrimination where they happen as alone. It's not just based on tribal lines across tribal lines, but it is within tribal lines as well. And now within tribal lines, they show you how deeply rooted this discrimination is being spread within Sierra Leone. So when you see people within the structures themselves threatening other people within their own structures, that's how serious it is. So the situation of Jagaban coming from the southeast, and he's a strong Epician, and he's got the money to spend, is a total new story. Whether it's going to change the dynamics of politics in the southeast or not, yet to be proven. Whether it's going to be good enough if he is selected as a running mate to win election, yet to be proven. But you go take something where you don't know for what you already know, because the huge difference where it will create, there is no guarantee. When I say no guarantee, there is no guarantee we go show say the Southeast go play fair politics. Even if they wanted to, they will be scared to do that. Even if it is the choice, they rather will not vote for SLPP. But I don't think Southeasterners that I know, I've lived with, I've grown up with, I've spent years and years of my youthful days amongst them, will primarily vote APC to kick out SLPP. It will not happen. It doesn't matter how much money is spent in there. It will not happen. They rather avoid those votes, but they will not vote APC. Let me tell you why. Not because they're not going for vote APC, because in any region, area, or community, we get down mandates there for give APC a huge amount of votes, that community is going to be dented. Ochojoko, the days of the Dogwausu, the days of those days, where the entity maybe they exist now the Pujan axis, it wasn't just on political line, it was on tribal lines, tribal within tribal lines, where you don't mess around with certain clan of the Mendes. It is going to be your own demise because you will not exist. So now imagine that they still they exist in Odonito, in Fedauto. And even when we talk about the Kamajos, the Kamadis, the Kamadats, if you look at the deep-rooted issue of the Kamajos, you know how many people are still suffering the consequences of the late Inganoma, may his soul rest in peace, and the rest of the Kamajos? You know how many of those people are still suffering the consequences of Inganoman's death? You know how many people are thinking why X and Y happen within their own tribal lines? So this not thing we know the joke said, they know the joke could themselves. So they either avoid those votes, they will not vote at all, where they not actually exercise during the registration. They did not come out to register because they don't want to participate. They rather do that instead of them participate or express their democratic right to elections. They will rather avoid it, but they will not participate because they will use it as a strong evidence to back up their claim. They are not voters, are not votes. Then you come, you prove, say yes, you vote, because they will go all out and find those names. They will find those names and they will put those names on their blacklist. So not a thing we get joke. So I don't know where Jagaban came from. I don't know what in a Jagaban incapacity as a Southeasterner. I don't know what in a Jagaban in financial status for win election as Southeast. I rather those resources we Jagaban carries. When I utilize them properly, because last election 2018, we saw the might of talk and do. When a Momo Vandi, if I can remember the name, then call and talk and do. And that one day, we then call and talk and do. Nah, pure Southeastern. Nah, Kenema man. Bing, 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 bing. Hardcore. Because the Vandis are household names in Kenema. And you can't even contest it because it's fact. You know, in one seat at the whole of the Southeast, with all the talk and do. With all the talk and do, this is not a stranger we can live now the Southeast. So this not Southeast homegrown soil. Now they them plants enable, now they in grandpa enable and come out inside Kenema. You know, in one seat, talk and do. And the money where is spent na Kenema, talk and do. Ask if you win any seats na Kenema. Or almost vote APC get inside Kenema town first. Forget about the suburban areas then. Because Blama, they may get one doctor something. Dr. Bokari or Dr. something, Dr. Lai. I don't know the man in second name, but I've been doctor. And when a doctor, I've been a traditional herbalist. SLPP refused for Giam symbol. Then give somebody else symbol. But he was the favorite candidate in Blama. That I saw with my naked eyes. Nobody need to tell me. He was the favorite candidate. And the people of Blama say, no Dr. Vandi, if not the Vandi, no doctor, I know what's happening by the guy in second name no more. But no doctor, no SLPP. Because what make they say so? Now because they make them categorically clear the whole Blama. Now that doctor, the enemy they support. APC gang symbol. During campaign period in Sierra Leone, we did travel all over the country. We reached Blama. Blama was about 5 or 10 minutes drive from the main Wamabu Road to the township we then call Blama. The township road, Wamabu Road, was packed. When I say packed, there was over 50 vehicles. We drive on a convoy. They wait na the Wamabu Road for going inside Blama town. Ask us votes then get inside it. So who they talk about politics na the Southeast and Sierra Leone? Not to by accidental. Not to by you know some people politics so that experience, what we don't see with we eye, what don't happen in front of we, how things they change within the space of a second, how decisions can be twisted within seconds in Sierra Leone politics. So for the one they will not know, we they feel saying our boku talk no man man kiss don't panaya. We feel say salon politics is that easy to predict. Nah, it's not like that. So I don't know if Jagaban come out too. But I think Jagaban, if you go to say all them. If now you APC choose forbidden running mate, you have a battle. And that battle, I go on for see the end. I don't care how una win the election. Una winner. Una go make plenty people that come off from self-exile. Not to swallow. Huge amount of Sierra Leoneans cannot go to Sierra Leone right now. Some are actively involved in politics. Some are not actively involved in politics. A huge amount of them are not really playing any part in politics in Sierra Leone, but they just don't feel happy to go because they are disgruntled about the way things are happening in Sierra Leone right now. So if a change of government comes, maybe that will be a U-turn for so many people who have made a decision not to go to Sierra Leone. But Sierra Leone is for all of us. We should not be scared to go there. We should not be thinking of going to Sierra Leone because it is our home. Home is home. So let's look at what APC they choose. There were rumors to say, oh, then they wait for like former President Anes Kuma comot Nigeria after the Nigeria election. Maybe he will be returning back to Sierra Leone tomorrow or Friday or some other day before the weekend. Then they go announce the one in the midst. Apparently, now they reach Panso because the Nigeria election done yesterday. Tinubu win. So, he don't make a statement, a press briefing, where the press briefing don't highlight the status of the election, the endorsement of peace, the endorsement of democracy being practiced or exercised based on the ECOWAS convention, which states certain mandates which will happen for all electoral process within the ECOWAS states. He's leading that delegation and a few more other heads of state. I saw Uhuru Kenyatta sitting next to him in some of the press briefing that were happening. So basically, these are former heads of states of various different African countries that have gone through election transition. Wherein I was very proud to see Uhuru Kenyatta, who lost an election and became a peacemaker. A peacemaker, not just for his country, but also for other sub-regions within his own area. So these are some of the things happening. And then we don't say, not only where former President Anes Kuma come back salon, then they announce the flag bearer. People they say, it's not possible. But then they happen, so practically, indirectly. Because they're still not announced yet. Okay. Then some maybe they say, Dr. Samuel Kamara say, made them get on time. Again, yes, that's not happen as well, not get on time. But the household names then waving the flag around as the potential don't slowly fade out. We don't hear much of them again. Don't slowly fade out. But I saw a couple of top-level meetings being put together by the executive, and I saw a couple of speeches being made by the executive. I saw the executive with members of the ECOWAS community states who are there in Sierra Leone to maintain peace during the election, and a few more other activities happening around anyway. So it is still a waiting game. But Bob Marley say, I don't wanna wait in vain. Not anymore, because it takes too much. It takes too much tension away from the whole thing. We will just grab and we're gonna see the announcement. Boom. XYZ and they're going to image for Dr. Samuel Kamara. An explosion. How many people will take it? We don't know. How many people will accept it? We don't know. How are they going to take it? We don't know. Is it going to be something that will stabilize the political party itself? We don't know. Is it something that is going to destroy it? We don't know. So it's all in waiting. All in waiting. But anyway, we wait. We wait and see exactly what is going to happen with the running mate situation of the current APC flag bearer, Dr. Samuel Kamara. We wait. Then you say, now we wait too. Oh, now we wait too. We wait so. Now we wait too. So we wait and see what's going to happen within the next couple of days, possibly towards the weekend. APC go down announce for Wekunu Uda na then running mates for the 2023 election. in that note, we still wait for Kotso Juma Ba. We not come for January. So basically, if you're just joining us, you're watching Sierra Leone Media live on Facebook and YouTube in one of our flagship program, How Do You Go to Go Inside the Republic. And How Do You Go to Go Inside the Republic, they talk about so many things the way they happen within Sierra Leone, where they happen to Sierra Leoneans in the diaspora, and where they affect the country Sierra Leone directly or indirectly, whether you live there or you not live there. But like I said earlier on, I don't highlight few things that were very important. I don't highlight the Nwetabawa funeral way go on very smoothly, how to be fitting funeral, and we're happy about all the organizers. We get themselves together and make sure say they have a fruitful event at the end. It is an event because no matter how you look at it, when you put all those things together, it's being classed as an event because you have to dot all the I's and cross all the T's and make sure that everything is on point. And the role we also have played as Sierra Leone Media for the fact that we worked with her for a couple of years and we've done so many other projects with her on the pipeline. We have to give back our own respect and say thank you for all those services that you rendered to us and the services that we worked on together. And we also don't talk about the former Inspector General. We proudly say he fly to the United States of America, either Virginia or Maryland for medical checkup. And he left thousands of Sierra Leoneans dying for just a minimal medical attention when I like a paracetamol. But he didn't get the opportunity for flag maker. He proudly say that. And then he tell people, they say, he go look after himself. When he come back, he come for fight. Ready for the fights. Okay. We wait for see which kind of fights they can put up for the next election. So is it going to be a fight is it going to be a physical, brutal fight, or is it going to be a mental fight, or is it going to be a psychological fight, or is it going to be a financial battle? We want to know which kind of fight you ready for can put up in a salon. Because otherwise, we go all you for you all. But you know what, anyway, because you always know for say you put yourself in the melting pot. So now we no need for put. But we can only take you out of that melting pot if you possibly say the right thing for me to understand exactly what you mean by you go seek medical attention, you ready for comfort because you know to quitter, you know, fighter, you know, in a way. We want to see what's going to happen on your return, if at all you return. But like you clearly say, when you return, you make the announcement say you return. So all man will know for say you're coming back home. I'll go and do something the way something possible. People can understand. We are going to see the Lord. No more dying days. That's not the struggle days of the South African people. And we get to that stage just now as Sierra Leoneans. Do we want to get to that stage? I think not. We don't want to. Because those are the bitter struggle days of South Africans when they were singing rhythm songs that takes them back to their historical heritage. And I don't think we want to go back to that same situation in Sierra Leone when people were dying for nothing. When people were dying just because they cannot afford a single meal a day. Let's think about what we want as Sierra Leoneans and possibly move forward. All right, whilst we're waiting for Koto Juma to join us, we'll move on slowly. Femi, is there anything you want to make any contribution towards before I move on to the next topic of discussion? Whilst we're still waiting for Koto Juma to arrive. If Koto Juma not arrive, I'll continue. Over to you, Mr. Palmer. Let me see if I can get some time while you're talking to look at a few messages on the chat group so I'll be able to respond to them. Over to you, Femi.
Tiba, I don't know what you make a talk say. You've said it all really and truly. You're discussing this flag bearer scene and the running mates. As I say, it doesn't really matter if they wait for former presidents Kuma for Kam or not. I as Juma bin tell we say it no matter if na the 99 hours safe, APC must get a flag bearer, and and he was proven right. And I believe say if Samura declare Uda get for be in running mate now or declare him later, or it doesn't really matter. We'll have an election, and as I say, if they choose the right candidate, APC will give SLP a really good run for their money. Yeah, the mayor is a valid name to put down. T-boy, we know say the mayor don't make such announcements. Them sounds a bit ambiguous because we don't know if he get for stand again for the mayorship or he look for another position. But I hope say the APC party hold her tight, because I think she's an asset to not to just the APC party, but to Sierra Leone in general. She's done fantastic work. We don't hand over in office today, I believe. But over the 4 years, I think it's been.
Yeah.
He don't do a fantastic work for Freetown. You know, Freetown is not the best. It's not the Freetown that we want to see, but her effort can be applauded. We don't see, we don't hear and talk. We don't see it. What they do? We don't see how you don't put Salon na the map, because I'm not going to say Freetown. You know, when she steps out of the country, she's a voice of fresh air. You know, where people then say, "Oh, we saw your mayor, we heard your mayor speak." Then they talk on with pride. You know, say, "Oh, Celine, I guess a good person there." You know, unlike some other people who then talk in public, where people in the call and say, "Ah, but me man, now so go talk so una not try." And these are not just Celine, these are foreigners the way they come meet we and give you them kind of feedback then they. So I think so she's represented our country well. She's definitely represented Freetown. She's done fantastic work in Freetown. Her tree project is literally amongst many big cities around the world. You know, she's at par with them in strategy. They are par with other big cities around the world. You know, the whole climate change, and I believe say our leadership or we governments not really embrace them enough for sell that in the our government could have partnered with her and sell the agenda even further, but then choose for fair time in every single way they want. So if she does step aside from the mayorship candidate and if they select her, I believe say again they will give the SLPP a run for their money. As I say last week, or was it 2 weeks ago, when I say even her nemesis, even Mayor in nemesis, the reason why
Mayor in nemesis?
Sylvia, the reason why Sylvia choose for attack the mayor, because Sylvia does not feel threatened by most people, but she feels threatened by the mayor, and Dande alone says it all. Sylvia's ambition is to be the first female president of Sierra Leone. You know, see nobody, but all the other candidates we don't call so T-boy, because you don't call 2-3 women, I believe. Yeah? She doesn't feel threatened by any of them, but she feels threatened by the mayor. The mayor now ain't go able to still in shine. So if in comping woman, in comping Creole woman, you know, in comping APC comrade, they fear and so much. Imagine the fear we the SLPP then will get for them. So I think if she's chosen, it's going to be another wise decision. So I'm sitting on the fence really. It could be either of the two, but I think say I think say Cheno at the moment should he's earned the right to contest again. But if APC should not choose Cheno, I hope that they choose the mayor, because either of them then gets their own benefits with them go bring Canada party. But if the mayor not make him, let's say the mayor isn't chosen, and for some strange reason the mayor not go for not go stand for mayor again, I would hope that if APC can have power, then will give the mayor a top job, sometimes even foreign minister safe. Because I think say as I said before, she will be a massive asset to Sierra Leone and a massive asset to the APC.
All right, thank you very much, Fama, for that. And I believe, see, what you've just said resonates now, not just my mind, but the minds of many of the people watching us tonight. And I believe, see, strongly, your recommendation for the mayor to be given a top position if APC win the election, I strongly agree with that, because I think she should climb a step further than what he already don't do. Not saying that what she did as a mayor is not good enough. I think it's good enough, but I think she's ambitious to move on. And I think the reason why possibly I feel say Igwan for stay on now if she's not called upon to serve in other capacities. But I don't know whether if he win the mayoral seat again, they will be able to elevate her into something else and then replace her with somebody else. Is that possible for me? Does the Constitution of Sierra Leone allows that to happen, if you know anything about it? That question I ask you.
So you see when I ask a question there.
Yeah, I'd ask you whether it would be possible if the mayor win the race for become the next mayor again for the second time, and then possibly the APC party decide for elevate them into a higher seats of position. Do you think they will be able to switch her into another position and then get somebody else to replace her as the mayor of Freetown? Is that anything that is possible?
You say if you go for the mayorship and she wins that, is that the question you're asking?
Yeah.
So if you go for the mayorship and win, I not really know if after the win, if they go able for move from that position then get something else. I don't think that is possible. So I think say her and her team will have to choose strategically on waiting and see in future be. But as I say, for me it's simple. If the APC party chooses her to run alongside Samura, it's a good choice. Yeah. But if not, and she decides that she does not want to represent Freetown anymore because obviously she's done her bit. Yeah. It will be fine for make the APC if the APC go into power, give her a proper ministerial top job where it go able for represent Sierra Leone back. And as I say, I think say for me as a foreign minister, I think say will possibly be the best foreign minister we don't ever get in asylum. I can predict that if betting shop been there, I will go take I'll go put 2-3 penny then day and see what thing will come out.
All right, well, we look forward to that, and definitely that would be very interesting if they choose her to be the running mate. And I think say there's been a huge cry for a female candidacy for that particular position, there or even presidency anyway in Sierra Leone. But I am not sure whether as a nation we're ready for that yet. But again, that's another discussion for another day. I think my opinion might not serve me right to say so, but I think it's just my own way of thinking. But the reason why I make all say so now because when you look at what in South London stand for over decades now, we are yet to see a female candidate, a politician who is aggressively ready to take certain positions. I know say even Akinsoya has been brutally manhandled in the position of a mayor, weighing a big mistake to the sitting government. I think if they have worked with her closely in terms of developing Freetown, I don't know how stupid can people be sometimes. You have a house. Femi is not funny. That's a very stupid way of doing things. Let me tell you why. If we are not living in the same house, I can maybe understand why you're getting jealous if you're the one building the infrastructures in the household. But if we're living in the same house and you are under my control as a landlord, and whatever work you do in my house is my house, and I'm going to be giving that place for say, hey, but your house there fine, no. Is that wrong? Or make somebody can say to me, Tiba, you house still fine, no. I like what you do now, you host. And then now me back go talk say, oh, well, now me also, but now somebody else they help me for maker. No, you go say now me host. I they give instructions for make them make and the way how I want her. Because I they work together with me, tenants them, for they could do the best for make the host look good. I like Femi.
T-boy, yes.
I lie?
Yes, you lie. So in Sierra Leone, well, in English, the one saying in English, we then can say, no cut your nose for spite your face. Yeah? And in clear self with the user. Um, unfortunately, our people, if they're not the man, nobody can be the man. They rather make it well than somebody else gets them, and that's what has been bringing Sierra Leone down for years, and they stop with growth. You know, we're not able to identify the next person and see the good way that person they do. You know, if I am not part of it, then if I'm able, I they make it well. You know, that's the attitude the most Sierra Leoneans have, and unfortunately, the one they will they put for lead with country, that same attitude and gets. If they had embraced the work she was doing, as I say, they could have won a lot of battles. When they came over for, you know, when they came Glasgow for COP26, you know, the mayor shine, because as I say earlier on, in agenda was right on the right track with majority of the popular discussion we've been happening on the day. Our president came, they asked him questions, and he wasn't prepped properly. Yeah, he could have, as I say, if he been on travel with the mayor, they not sit down, they not strategize, he would have come out shining. But he didn't do that. You know, and that's how it for says, if we learn to embrace people from different cultures, from, you know, different shades, different genders, then and make things inclusive, then as a country, as a nation, as a continent, we will all benefit. But we're too what's the word, I don't go blank, we're 2 days separate. You know, honestly, if we look at Africa, if we look at the map of Africa, the way it's been cut, you know, we colonial masters, they're not thrive for we. You know, in certain areas, them the people in a one country similar to people in from other country rather than people in from their own same country. Them, if we come together as Africans and realize, say, I want to broad them up now. We realize, say, you know, together we can succeed, and we embrace one another, we go far. But small country like Salon Sef, we're not able to do. 7 million people, 7 million people, oh, when a fraction of the population of London. We can't come together even when we know, say, this is the way forward, this is the better for we nation. We know they do, and because not to me brother, not to me tribesman, not to me uncle, cousin, auntie. You know, it has to be, what's the word, nepotism. Yeah, it get for be somebody where they around me unless nobody else no go better. And I said, you know, it's sad. Somebody said to me today, there was an argument going. Somebody say how we not get money, we can't people, we not get money. And the other guy say, actually, now wait, now listen. He said the amount of money self where they can inside Sierra Leone do for fix boku problem them. He say now once them people are not want for fix the problem them, because their priorities aren't right. He say if the money that would then they spend per all the other activities they would they see, if them put them on 3 different activities no more, salon will be fixed, and that government they go win election after election after election. And he say health, water, and light. He say if we give Sierra Leoneans and then 3 things and they, not to say the money not do, millions and millions of dollars they go inside the country every year. If them money then they get distributed rightly, the country go enjoy. If the government be hold the mayor in hand throughout the 4 years we did, the Freetown Road they see so as a capital city will be a lot different than it is now. Imagine when she didn't have support, look how far it go. Imagine if you didn't get support. So really and truly, if the APC win and she goes for the mayorship again and they give her the support, imagine the capital city will go get. But if she does not go for Dande, as I say again, if they give him a good, solid ministerial job, imagine how that ministry they go thrive.
Okay, Femi, thank you very much for that contribution. And we will take your words them into huge consideration. And for those that are watching, you are watching Sierra Leone Media live on Facebook and YouTube, one of our flagship program, How Do You Go to Go Inside the Republic. I've read some of the comments on Facebook, and haven't been able to read some of the comments on YouTube, but I'm quite sure I have glanced through one or two of them. And those contributions are meaningful. They are making so much sense to us. That's the reason why we're here to discuss sensible matters. Now, you see, then you say, if Osno sell you, kidney they buy you. If you don't know how you come out, you know they know how you go. If you know sabi buy yes by cup, you know go sabi buy and buy bag. If you sabi buy yes by bag, you know get one to work place, you waste time. That's not some of the things the number one for say to some of the things that we don't hear and see. We our for can go into next. I said something earlier on this afternoon to some discussion, private discussion, where I get to somebody say, we get a Sierra Leone way. I don't know what thing then are some people their mind. For example, if you are living alongside the bread and butter of survival in Sierra Leone, people they think twice before you make certain statements. And when I say they live alongside the bread and butter na salon, na that person where they struggle for survival. If they think about what you they say. Because you know what? Or why? Because the things the way they say, they either come back and affect you, or the things the way they say, they either come back and benefit you, or the things the way they say, they hurt people them, where you feel say, supposed for live a better life, but they need to live a better life. We are living in a selfish Sierra Leone where not only the very few they benefit. Now make few things then we are one possibly highlight for the eyes of men for listen. If you live in any part of the world, you don't struggle for survival for 4 years. The government where you did in that particular side within the world not care about you, not concerned about you, not they tell you what in they do. They do things in isolation. They fly all over, they enjoy, they live the luxurious life where sometimes 90% of the people in way you they govern, not they even taste or smell or dare touch. And then 6 months to election, you're coming out with an explosive, exorbitant stuff of what you say you don't do. Okay. To me, does it make sense or take you picking and carry and go and pay university fee for him now Harvard, and you cannot afford to give him a daily meal while studying at the Harvard University or Oxford or Cambridge, for example, just because you want to tell the world, say, you begin to attend Oxford because you can afford to pay the fees of Oxford University, but you cannot afford to pay for the meal of your child at Oxford. Seriously? So you want to tell me, say, you go pay for make your team participate in a competition where what 40 million, for example, on the world stage, but you're not able for facilitate for make people and go and take part for that competition. You just want for make them say no more. You they represent your country at that competition day, so you they pay the representation fee. Okay. So you want to tell me, say, you begin to go school for 4 years. You don't know what they do. You don't know whether they pass. You they checking results. You don't know nothing for them. But when you reach from 5, you expect them for can give you the best grade, and you not question them how. Okay, think about all the things that I don't say just now. And put yourself in the position. See, now you're not the papa. Now you're not the breadwinner. Now you're not the financier. Now you're not the person who is responsible for all what you don't say so. And then think now how me, as an outsider, will look at you and say you are a responsible parent. Look at you and say you are a responsible financier. And look at you and say you seek the interest of you people. And look at you and say, now because you know how for make them feel otherwise make you be to do all what you do in hiding. Do I need to trust you? Do I need to give you my assurance for say, yes, I will believe in you tomorrow? What is the guarantee that you're giving me? For sure, say, what you to do so is always something that you might think is going to work for yourself and me. You want for make I go asleep, I wake back in the morning and say, oh, my daddy loves me. Even though he hasn't been looking after me for 4 years. But he want for make I can get the best grade now from 5. So he ready for buy me way out. For make I get the most highly respected distinction than me college. Because he like me. Really. And you want make her proud for say, oh, me sponsor. He like me so much. He don't starve me for 4 years. But guess what? You don't ready for spend for me now because you don't for say I don't die today. So I want die now. So you don't make her die again. So it can't spend for me now. It can't nourish me. And you want for make her fresh within 6 months. Really? Because when you overfeed myself, I dey die. Because my body not get the nutrients for take the food then we you can't put into me because you can't force them in me right now. It's either going to lead to my early death or it will make her become bulimic because I'm not able to cope with the fact that I am eating things that are not capable to fit into my indigestive system that is not even proper anymore. Really? Think. Think of. Tell me you want to talk. I see the smile too much while they talk.
I just want to talk say no can call it no more. You want put boku inside belle. But yeah, you're right. Now we election on near, then the one can try for provide all this time. But honestly, they're not even trying to provide. Let no sugar coat them. For make people to line outside your house and you give them money every week. You give them 20 or 30,000. For me, it makes no sense. So again, a debate who have been on the gates now. One of the forum them we will discuss about if or actually let me put the point across. Say I not think say democracy fits Sierra Leone. Because the people are undereducated, or make us see the people are majority of our people are uneducated or undereducated for and very poor for able for make the right decisions. Because when somebody can meet you, T-boy, and you not get better for it, for feed your family, and then can tell you say, okay, every week from now on to election, can I me host, I give I don't know, 10,000, 20,000 every week or every day, but for that day I need your vote. A lot of people will do that. A lot of people will do that because they're desperate. But unfortunately, waiting and they do so, they're tarnishing their own future and the future of them picking them. Because if we vote on Danny no more for 4.5 years between election, they don't do nothing for you. But then when election come, they one can give 10,000, 20,000 a week. Even if you count them every week, till now, till election come, you're not really making that much money. That money they go non-side. I'd rather these guys they utilize their money than they and put them together and fix one or two different things. The whole thing was free education. We want every person for go school get education, but it's rubbish because the education isn't really free. It's not fair at all. When education not been free safe, I mean 20 something thousand for school fee. I know because I mean they pay school fee for a few people. You know, I they pay school fee for a few people every year, and it didn't cost me anything. So it wasn't that market woman and they where they work hard for their money, they could pay school fees for their kids. Boko of them, we know hear Boku stories them about rags to riches, where people them will come up from nowhere, able for educate them, picking them up to degree level and further. So you know it was possible. So the free education hasn't really changed anything. That money, because I believe in Boku millions of or billions of leons in millions of dollars or pounds that they spent on that project, they I believe say if them use their money then they for fix certain institutions in Sierra Leone, it would have been better for us. And I make I say I not think say this whole election process is really a good thing for majority of African countries. But that's my thoughts.
I agree because democracy, like I said, sometimes it's something that I question. And I question them because I don't know how people try to execute it. But since you mentioned education, Femi, Femi Pama, we me sabi so, we go grammar school. A you grammar school principal. They not get award it na salon. Lashite, we don't serve salon, grammar school. It don't make household names. Na grammar school. It don't do all kind thing for make grammar school be the grammar school today. We inside this current government. Lashite not just teach, but he beat some minister. He not just teach, but he beat some people for made a land book because he been believe in education, and that education they name some of the bluff with today. Nobody not the one to get award. But actually, the grammar school get award a couple of years ago. We can London for can and then is it your 79th anniversary? The 70th anniversary?
T-boy, no can begin me school camp and you boku talk. But you know, I don't know. Also, you pulled that fact today. I am not going to argue, but what I will say is, majority. Then you say, I don't put I'm a hero is not a hero in his own village or something like that.
Yeah, a prophet is not honored in his hometown.
Yeah, so that's the true thing. You know, there's many heroes in Sierra Leone. You know, we can criticize the country no more. There's a ton of people doing good, but honestly, these people do not get recognized. Yeah, let alone not single out certain people. Them, if you look at the education thing, there's lots of teachers. Them, I can name you Boku apart from my own vice principal.
I mean, you know, I can mention that.
No, hold on a minute. I said there's many people doing good, and it's sad that they don't get recognized. But every year we see a handful of people and get all kind of recognition as Sierra Leone. But most people, the way they go into them field and they are not believe city, but then they go into the field because then they wait for recognition.
Hey, can you increase your audio? They said your mic is low.
Okay, sorry. So most of them people indeed, and they go into them field and they not to because they want recognition or sometimes not to even pay they want. Then they go into them field and they because them believe say they're going to make a difference. Yeah. And that is the key. So their recognition, their awards, now we then sit down and they look back at waiting and don't achieve. They look back at the picking them way don't go through their hands them and waiting them picking that they don't achieve. You know, in my own school where I go, we look around the world. We get technocrats them around the world, you know, where they do brilliant work them. And some of we pass through people like Kalashi today. And so I think say we are the award. We I think say when it done in career, we're done in career now, we'll go sit down and bench, go put in grand picking and great grand picking in a lap. This is what you'll be talking about. So you got the name we one by one. Like, we be name we in a school walking shock, say, let's just be my name. You go the name we one by one, and they telling great grand picking and say, that person is so and so in America, is so and so in the UK, is so and so in Australia, is minister of this in Sierra Leone. You know, those would be his achievements.
All right, Femi. The reason why I make mention you school as a huge example of the statement what I want for make now because imagine this. We have a minister of lower education, right? When under the name of David Senge. And education is the flagship of this current government. And if moi, T-Boy, is going to collect an award internationally as the best minister of education in the world, I'll be ashamed to collect it. You know why? Let me give you one reason. The only minister, me, as the only minister, we demoralize the education as alone and say we education is not fit for nothing. We have a 90% or more failures within one of the most public renowned education in Sierra Leone. When I don't know if now was or beke we they sit for go college or university. Because when I GCS you know we sit not to was or beke. So I don't know the difference. States that still struggle with the difference. And you're not a teacher, and the same poorly trained teachers we are taught to be professional teachers in less than 6 months. In less than 6 months. Even economists, the world's most renowned economist, cannot in any way, shape, or form perform a miracle of transition like that within 6 months of a rotten system that is not fit for existence. We haven't seen the training of teachers. We haven't seen the curriculum change drastically to make a difference in the classrooms. We haven't seen no form of capacity building within any structures of that particular area of education in Sierra Leone. Within the space of 6 months, from a 90% failure to a 90% pass rate. Under that same pass rate today, you have 40% of students will get A+ and subject them. We know even they not the list of subject them within the tick. And then all of a sudden, the education system in Sierra Leone has been fixed overnight for make the Minister of Education being recognized in a country that doesn't speak English as their first language. For you, the Minister of Education, we better pass all the Minister of Education in the entire world. What a remarkable award. And guess what? With Minister of Education, he gets so much education that he puts together a huge amount of Sierra Leoneans there for welcome him in a red carpet style for say, welcome home for winning an award like that. The best minister in the world. I will bet you, I will bite you, not say bet, I will bite you, say, outside that minister sit down so right now. He is not a proud Sierra Leonean. But guess what? When you have a nation full of mediocres, we not understand the concept of what in education stand for. To be basic knowledge of learning the alphabet and know when you for use them or not for use them. Now they no more go do things like that. And when you put sycophants them around you, surrounded with people who are low-minded, thinking not like responsible adults, now they no more go able for print a banner for you and welcome you in an education system that we have in Sierra Leone today that is still not fit for nothing. I rest my case. Because if we they go take award them of that nature and be proud for say we education don't fix overnight, who are they with the fool? Who are they with the fool? Over to you, Femi.
T-Boy, I think say Gillian's really, you begin the thing poorly as far as I'm concerned with, the bringing in me principal into this. I think so.
I'll tell you principal.
No, yeah, exactly. It's
my apologies are big sad.
Yeah.
Pardon me.
What you should have done, really and truly, what you for don't do now for question the people them where they give the award. And that's what we should do. Because those criteria we Minister of Education win that award for. Where did they get the statistics them we merit them? So these awards, as we know, they're paid for, they're bought. Even if not physical cash commodity, man in pockets and pay them people and because clearly I think was it in Dubai or one of the Arab states?
Yeah.
Clearly our minister can't pay these people for their award out of their own pockets. But what happens is then country also or their institutions they gain something from Sierra Leone. And that in the payback, we go recognize in the world platform, we'll give this award, but we need you for turn a blind eye, we'll do so and so. I was listening to reports where say in Rwanda they kicked out a bunch of Chinese people them recently because they were taking the piss, they were maltreating the people of Uganda, then they claim lands them, then they claim property them, and basically the president of Rwanda had enough with them bunch of people there and they deported them from Rwanda back to China and made a statement say Rwanda is for Rwandans. We need to put Rwandans first. We can't allow people in for the Canada we country can abuse the country. Our ministers, our leaders are allowing our exploitation because they're getting kickbacks, they're getting these silly awards, they're getting small money, then they put her inside their pockets them, and then they turn a blind eye to boku wrong things them with the happen. Then they turn a blind eye to our mineral resources them being taken away for benefits the people of the country. They instead of fixing the country or doing good by our country, they turn a blind eye. They make sure say our country gets ripped off by a bunch of people. Then because they get these accolades, them or they get $10 million or $20 million puts in their pockets, and that's the truth. So your question, T-Boy, should have been whose criteria the education in Sierra Leone or the Minister of Education in Sierra Leone don't what it don't do for reach the level where it become the world best as it say the world best in education globally. It's not possible. The only way that is it's because the institutions here so they gain something from Sierra Leone. That is the true reality. You like it, you don't like it, but not true. You will know, you know. There is no way anybody will get to yai, get nose, get mots, get yes, go na salon and talk say the education system na salon good.
Well, like you say, the answer and the fact say the people that we even issue the award, English is not even their first language, but not to that na the criteria but some of the criteria and the fact say the current Minister of Education, Lower Education, changed education system in Sierra Leone from 90% failure in the space of 6 months to 90% pass rate. We still, people then still get results for something they not even take. Then go give people an A per sciences. We will not even know which kind or almost science laboratory then they salon we effectively good. But the other scary thing, now Femi, you know the picking we win the best, we get the best results last year apart from this okay. Apparently now Fritonian. I don't know if now private school picking or mainstream school picking. I'm not too sure. But her name was all over the place. I saw her being issued award by the Anti-Corruption Commissioner, I think, that particular term. But this time around, the picking when they say get the best result, the thing where really struck me, now the fact say, first, they only announce, say, the best results come off from Kenema, now the country. Okay. And people then again and say, that's the best results. Nobody knows who this person was. But they send a girl picking. Okay. I think they were put under pressure for name this person. Then still not name the person. No. Then just tell them, say, oh, the people get the best results are from Kenema. And then apparently after a couple of days or weeks, they say, oh, na Lebanese. Oh, okay. But then still not tell the picking name. We not see in picture, we not sabi him. But the one we win the best result, we get the best results year before last, we see him. See in picture, then parade with him, then paparazzi him. So why the discrimination this time around? What make we run off show we who are this person? And which school did they go? Chef na Lebanese. What's wrong with that? What make we run off for highlights in face? Look, we know that him or him name or the school we go. Tell today, I not sabi more. I not see in picture, I not sabi in name. No school you go, but then they say win get the best result in the country. All right. So basically, inside Freetown, again, I spent time. They go through the data where the Minister of Education puts together, saying they computerize all the schools them na salon. Almost teacher day, almost classrooms day, how many people in the schools them and everything. Okay. And then the drama behind that and the fact say they do a statistics about schools in Sierra Leone. For example, they take somebody we don't know about the structures of how the education system they run at Freetown, na Makeni, na Bo, na Kenema, na Kailao, na Kono. Would I go best fit for analyze that situation? Is it somebody that lives within or somebody that is coming from the outside for investigate or investigate? And you go take statistics of schools in Freetown and you only choose one. Now the whole Freetown. One then or two schools no more. I choose now the whole Freetown. And then the invigilators there, now two for the whole Freetown. Imagine how many schools are Freetown, how many secondary schools are in Freetown, government and private ones. But you only have selected, and these are like one or two, and all the rest are not relevant because I don't see that data collection. And then that data that you analyze or puts together a whole booklet of a report. And I'm thinking, hold on a sec. So how does this work? How you go do data collection for make you analysis and you not include 5% of the schools then where they inside Freetown alone, the schools then were inside Freetown, then possibly Bokupas, all the schools they were in the provinces put together. So I really don't know exactly whether na that database they will go by na the Ministry of Education or there are other databases we then don't analyze for puts together the curriculum of how Sierra Leone education should be run on that level. But we all see the discrepancies then we come out. These are just specific few things that we are just want to highlight when we talk about voting na the reason behind all the automatic changes and fixes will they happen within the shortest period of time in Sierra Leone just because we approach election. So are we looking at an election-driven government, or we're looking at a government that is ready to develop Sierra Leone not based on election process? So we really have to think about these things and see exactly what's in the reality behind all these developments. What is so? And guess what? 90% of these developments with the Canas alone are funded by the international communities that we have all over the world. So where does our money go? Where will they raise for taxations and other things the way they happen as alone? What's that money they need to go? Because all the development stuff they don't see that happen as alone has been now international community in the sponsor. Where you see we make with man and go now for talk Creole. Just because they want to defend their work, defend their investment, and defend their interests. A couple of months ago or years ago, I was arguing about something that they said is happening in Sierra Leone. I'm like, okay, let's say it's true. Look, we'll take them for say, now fact say all of these things are happening in Sierra Leone, but why now? Why now? So because of with the county election, so all these things, the way they happen also going to be relevant. People then go just forget about everything that happened for the past 4 years and then just stomach them and say, okay, that's fine. All the mismanagement of funds, the misappropriation of funds into various different ministries, them all forgo free. They don't sack and replace, all that in above case just because of there is development happening now. We know to even the government sponsor development projects them. Come on, let's be realistic. You can't fasten your car on the market day. You should have done that way before. So that same day, when you can compete with your own cow, you tell the buyer, say, this cow, I don't nourish them for the past 4 years. The ingredients, the way they inside am, not to manufactured ingredients. And not just come again fertilizer injection for make it grow overnight and it can't fatten itself up for make you fit to say this is the best meat on earth. No, you go eat that meat today, but you'll be infected with a lot of diseases because you do now a fertilized meat. But guess what? Mere meat, I don't breed them for the past 4 years. Now free range, like grassy they eat, not being manufactured, you don't eat fertilizer food. So now fresh meat, this, if you eat them, you are safe for no diseases we get for come after you because you're not getting no chemical in your system. So that is exactly what we're going to see in Sierra Leone. We're going to have fast track developmental stride that possibly likely might not going to be finished or completed. Trust me, because what you make they say so, there is no way you can put up any structure. And guess what? Another thing is, most of the structures being put together in Sierra Leone is either has a direct link to the first lady. Oh, first lady they can build hospital. Oh, first lady they build school. Oh, the president they build this under which kind mission? Under what? There is no direct communication for us to know exactly who is responsible for what, or who is building what, or who should be in line to be responsible to fix things that haven't been fixed. We still have the Ministry of Health. We still don't know what is happening. We still have the Ministry of Information. I think it don't go quiet for now because we don't hear much of them anymore. And we still have the Ministry of Mines, of course, don't they in exile for some time because now only a couple of months ago, I already said under investigation. There is no Ministry of Agriculture anymore because the bread and butter farming stuff will be not happen for the past couple of years is not in existence anymore. And I think what is happening now the Ministry of Development now they happen now. Now the only ministry that exists now because with the country election, only the Ministry of Country Planning and Development, even at that said, we don't know what has been developed and how it is going to benefit Sierra Leoneans, or is it a self-motivated projects run by individuals, or they are government institutions? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And again, we'll begin ask questions about who are responsible for this project. I don't know, they talk about who talk now, so get arguments, they don't ask question for. Let's move on. The government, they work. This now talk and do government. Okay, agree. Talk can do government, but who that own them? What are the implications of getting these things ready? When is it going to be ready? Before election or after election? And what happens after election? Is it going to be run by the governments of Sierra Leone or private entities that are already putting these structures in place? We don't know. We haven't seen paper trail. We haven't seen documents. We haven't seen planning. We haven't seen planning permissions. We haven't seen no contracts being signed by governments and investors or government or any ministry say, this is a government-run institution. This is a government-run project. This is a project run by government, past private or whatever it might be. Nobody knows. So we are still in limbo, assuming to say some of these development infrastructures that we see today are government-owned institutions. We don't know what is behind it. And all the contracts and way we don't see they happen, we haven't seen documents, paper trail of all those contracts. Again, if we have an open policy government, these things should not be in hiding. It should have been done in the public domain, because if they are using taxpayers' money, then it's the right for the taxpayers to know exactly what sort of development are they going to bring within their communities. For example, if wherever you're living and you're paying your tax, and then they want for common bill or community center, where something will affect on our privacy within that particular community catchment, it is your right to protest for that particular building to be erected next to your own building, because you feel say it will infringe in our privacy, because we don't live in a very tight community. If they can build a community center there, it will be noise polluted area. This is an area full of old people that might not want too much congestion within their communities, so you might as well take it elsewhere. We don't see Greenbelt has been protected for developmental purposes by developers. They want for build housing estates, and the Greenbelt security-based people already say, no, we don't want this in our community because it's going to make our community become congested, and we are losing the greens to housing developers who don't really care about the environment. So they will stop that development and take it elsewhere. So these are some of the things you have rights to as community people who pay tax to that local community. That happen in Sierra Leone? No. They say, oh, the first lady live and build hospital na 34. She's building a new 34 hospital. You know they say? The first lady is building a new 34 hospital. Then I say government, so the first lady can come up tomorrow and say, that is my property. That is my investment. It's not government. And we know how the first lady will behave now, eh? He said, put him on the side most day. Where they go do hands off our girls, sharing I don't call them pampers. That would be disrespectful to women or young girls. Okay, sharing pads. Okay, you're sharing pads, 60,000 pads to Sierra Leonean kids in the provincial towns when are just a pack of pads. Okay, that pack of pads might contain maybe 20, 30, or 40 pads. What happens after that? Is it for political gain? Is it for political purpose? Is it for campaigning? What happens after that pad finish? Are you going to give them more supplies? No. What are you going to replace after the pad distribution is finished? But it is a project put together by her, agreed, but sponsored by somebody else. Okay, you can use it as a political campaign tool, fine, no problem. But what happens after election? Are we going to see a continuity of pads being shared like she's doing it right now? Hell no. We all know that for sure. Say it will not happen. Hands of Our Girls started off with like a climate of huge events happening all over Sierra Leone. Campaign upon campaign upon campaign every week in Freetown before they take it to the provincial towns. Hands of Our Girls has an initiative or motive of what? It wasn't pad sharing, it was Hands of Our Girls. For what purpose? What was the initial thoughts of Hands of Our Girls? Is to get the kids out of the streets. Now, for make sure, say, big man and then they go chase small picking them. Now for make sure say they empower young girls not to be in the streets of Freetown, they prostitute themselves or they give themselves free to older men. And the picking say, Madam First Lady, not take we hands off the men and you cannot support us as young girls. So hands off our girls became an ideology of saying, let the young girls take their hands off the pocket of the older men. That was the reality, because you cannot replace the functionality of that particular issue. The issue was not tackled properly. Hands off our girls means don't ruin our girls young. What is the substitute to replace that sort of ideology? Was not a quick fix, because it's not possible. And then realize that since it's not a quick fix, they need to find something to replace that hands of our girls. Namely, then call this part sharing, pampers sharing, because that to me is an insult to younger girls in Sierra Leone. A proper system will make sure that those pads are available in all secondary schools. Then being get FLE before family life education. We are dealing with issues like this in female secondary schools and primary schools. I would say secondary schools because, again, girls get to their puberty stage when they are possibly in Form 1 or Form 2. Now they mostly start, except girls that grow faster. But we may not for say all secondary school na salon get FLE units, get home economics units, where be they deal with their issues. Then it was not an issue. We go raise eyebrow, because many girls that you possibly know today possibly have gone through their menstrual period whilst they are in school. And that is the most superior concern. Then not everybody can afford arts in the provincial towns. We know that. But those that can afford it can afford it. Those that cannot afford it have a supplement replacement for that. And they have been using it, not to say it is comfortable, but it should not be something that will replace a bargain chip for elections. That is where I think is wrong, because you cannot utilize people's, I will not say poverty, access to certain basic necessity that will actually infringe in their own right to say, should I bargain this for my political and democratic right? I think is where we're getting things wrong. Over to you, Femi. But before I go over to you, let me just welcome the fact that we have Koto Jumaba in the house. So basically, after Femi, Koto Jumaba is going to introduce himself and maybe say goodbye or hello. Over to you, Femi.
Yeah, so T-Boy, interesting conversation. You don't talk on a few things that I want to comment on. First of all, I want done the education thing or chip in on the education thing a little bit. The last time I was in Sierra Leone, I had the privilege for visit some schools them around Freetown. You know, I know people travel go up to the provinces, but I go to some schools around Freetown, both Western schools and schools in the East and Central. One thing we really and truly, this free education I don't try for tackle properly. It's you know, the class sizes. I walked past some classes then clearly the Pekin not go get enough attention because of the number of Pekin them inside the one classroom. The teachers then they struggle for educates the Pekin inside classroom them because the numbers then so many. Our population in Sierra Leone is very useful. You know, with the born Pekin them fiti fata. So for every family, I wonder what's in the ratio as in mama papa to Pekin. But it's incredible the amount of school going kids that we have. And if the education minister they win the award there, so we want to see better. You know, we want to see schools them opening. I know they talk about they after school the way they can talk say, oh, we don't go open school yonder, because there's so many schools, there's so many private school, them the amount of private school with this salon. You know, we self now the diaspora know the try. We just open, we they send money, go open new school. You know, we need to learn to come together as diasporans them and invest in certain existing schools and bring their level come up instead of just the open schools them. But really and truly, I say I was very annoyed. The amount of noise we they don't make about this free quality education, the amount of money we they don't go gather around the world and in Sierra Leone as well for this project, and the states where I see these schools, I was appalled. So for me, you know, this minister winning this award, I go really like for question the people that we give the award on whose facts they take, you know, what studies they do. They actually go tongue, they actually go work kind of tongue. I walk through the capital city and wait till I see me I bleed before I see if I go na some place na the provinces them. We I sure say their schools them would be just as bad or maybe even worse. But you know, you don't win the conversation come to this hands of our girls and this distribution of pad. For me, you know, doing charity or having a cause where they fight and bring supports there, it's not a bad thing, T-Boy. What for me, what is bad is the way she communicates things. You know, I watch some of the video. I see they ask school picking them for can dance for the pad. For me, that is disrespectful. You know, with the one of the things that we'll get for stop for do now for puts them Picasso now place them we they shouldn't be. They're school kids. First of all, you know, she was talking. Our first lady was talking to some 12, 13, 14-year-old picking them, but in the down a bed with a man. You know, I don't want to send my kids to school for go yeri that. You know, that's not what they're there for. You know, I understand the message she was trying to send, that you shouldn't be ashamed or, you know, for feel bad because you see your period. Yes, we get for land as Africans and for open up our mothers, our sisters, then get for land for getting conversation, also open conversation also with them picking them, especially them girl picking them. But we man them as well. You know, we need to learn to move on because we're still stuck in the way we see the African woman. You know, the African man is still stuck in many ways. So some of the conversation that she was trying to open, I think, say not a bad conversation. It's how she's gone about it and the platform we use. We go meet school picking them and decide for go announce them that way. I think that is wrong. You know, I think she got carried away in some of the things that we talk. But I the grab na bed, run go na bathroom, was and when I come on house and left. You know, we president na bed for clear up after Ram. I think all that was, I think she got excited and overlap, as he usually do. But I say, you know, if they had used some of the money and say, okay, then pharmacy there, so around the country, yeah, una yeah pads them, any school picking we come, una distributes to them, I think would have been a good cause. You know, because as you say, if you're not going to that tongue they today, that means that tongue they know they get the pad them. And they only travel with them when, as you say, when they want go ask for votes. So they go to the village or to the town and then call all the school picking and go to some big field and then distribute. And they and you know, no matter how good she might mean, she can't get to all of the towns in Sierra Leone. She can't get there. So what's them for do therefore don't call all the pharmacy them or even the schools them and allocate each school gets X amount of bundle. So and any of una school picking them need them una distribute to them. You know, that's why I say there's many ways that we don't communicate Sunday or distribute things and better. But again, we have people leading us. We not understand how for work. They've never had the discipline. We holding a job. They give you. We get certain possible they lead with country. We not work for 22 years. We have, it's irresponsible of us as a people for even put them people out today. So now we're asking them questions them, but again, for they ask yourself questions them, how the hell did we do that? And because we don't do that now, that's what they pay. Will they pay for that now? Will they pay with the embarrassment what they feel because of we negligence in voting correctly? But I said before, maybe democracy doesn't suit us because some of the people that really vote for some of them people also either have something to gain personally, that make them do them, and also for the betterment of the country, and the rest of the way they vote for them are because A, they have not seen any better, and B, because they don't understand what it mean for get a vote now you earn and for cast a vote, what it mean for your future, what it mean for you picking it and you go and picking them future. As you said before, when they're sick, they jump on the plane with taxpayers' money. Then jump on the plane, then go Maryland as you fumble. We don't go inspector. He don't go Maryland for treatment. But all the other people in our salon, he left them there. When they're sick, then go to hospital. If they get luck, God save their life. Then they work at hospital, then they don't come on and do again because of the terrible state of we thing. So that's the reality. Go then born them, picking them, then send them picking them abroad, then go to the best schools them at the taxpayers' money. And not just the taxpayer, the money where then they send for make una school then a salon, then they take for pay expensive school fee for them picking them. So that then picking them go get certain education, then go come back and be minister or president in 20 years' time. So you see, it's become a dynasty rather than a democracy. Let me say before, I don't think democracy fits some of we African countries.
All right, thank you very much, Femi Palmer. I go Ocean here in William Border, Kotso Jumaba. Say welcome to the viewers, or you say goodbye. Anyone for the two now? And welcome, because I don't talk. My voice so long because I can't drink water now. Over to you.
Thank you so much, T-Boy and Femi. Hello, good evening, viewers. I'm happy to be here again today. And so always Nami then they send us boy around. So Nami they run around.
I want to ask you, so you don't complete the mission where you go?
I don't complete it. When I send me usai the snow right now, una the usai, dry, the weather nice and everything. But anyway, it's part of the job. We'll do what we have to do. So I don't know which you are talking about, but I just want for comments on a few things where I can meet, and then I'll let you continue for lead the program and see how they go. You touch on three things, and honestly, my comments will be this. All the three areas that you highlight, they're all interrelated here. And I want to let you watch. It's a pattern, it's a trend with this government, okay? Firstly, you talked about the free education thing, or during the course where I come in, I talk about free education and opening schools. And you highlighted the issue about the First Lady building a new hospital now 34. Then I mentioned this issue about the free sanitary pads, okay, and the statement that the First Lady make. Why make I say all this interrelated? And I want to follow now. Just close my eye for a second, then go back from 2018, from where these governments, the government of President Bio come into administration. You will see a pattern and a trend with them. And I'll tell you up front, I've said this multiple times now, program them. I'm not even able, I don't lost count, countless times. But say this government is full of deception. They rule by deception. That means, then they say one thing on a different thing they mean. And this government, not so by mistake, everything they're doing is deliberate. Everything, it's deliberate. And whether you like it or not, they are dishonest to the people of Sierra Leone, and they lie in Aimbokupanem. Because of that, then they continue to expose themselves every day, because we're not in another era again. This is a different era we did. People fact check in real time. they are able to go back because things are documented either audio or, you know, on a video form or on text form. So I'm able to go back and recheck things that you've said or you're doing or you've done for go confirm whether that's true or not. And the reason why I make us say the government's not honest and then they rule by deception. Now this, now take for example first the free education and opening new schools or with it. I want you tell me one school, one new school where this government under the Ministry of Education don't build in the last 5 years. One, just one. Anybody we able for tell me the challenge say none absolutely in 5 years. What they do is this. Then they go and maybe extend one classroom within an existing school, okay? Or renovate existing classrooms with paints, all right? Maybe they put the board window them here and there, or somebody in private school, where now like a non-profit school, we don't bill them, then call the president. You know, all the time people want dignitaries to their program, then call one guest of honor. And the president will gladly go there because he want for claim that project. That was one project in Port Loco, where they claim saying a new school. It wasn't a new school. Now somebody, you know, a non-profit school where they don't make, then just capitalize on that. So just watch that one. Okay, that's school. Let's talk about hospital. The First Lady building a hospital, a new hospital. 34 is an existing hospital. So putting few bricks, few buildings within does not make it a new hospital. And I go liken that for you. Let's tell you, say it's a pattern and a trend. Look at the airports, the Lunge International Airport or Freetown International Airport, because that's the official name of Lunge Airport. It's Freetown International Airport. If you go now, anytime they buy ticket, you know, they ever see, say you they go Lunge International, then they tell you say FNA, Freetown International Airport. That's the existing and international name. So then do a new terminal, put new buildings, and they call it a new airport. So you they see the trend. Let's go to roads. Famous bridge, where they change in name, Shengbe Pier Bridge. That was already completed. Already completed. You understand that the Juba Bridge will also be the name for. They extend the bridge, we know. What they call them? They say the president don't build new bridge. Rogbere Bridge, existing. They can then try for changing them to Chief Critical at the Kali Module, the second bridge. For let it like a new bridge. But EU exposed them and say, no, this is not Rogbere Bridge. So you see the trend. The only things that we them promise, saying are new things. They have not delivered one. So we campus school, nothing. Look, these people are evil. I'll not hesitate to say that. You know why? Lumley Hospital, where the previous government done the change, you know, from the small community center or Lumley Health Center to a massive 200 beds or so. Then people here seize that project. They not do nothing there for 5 years just because they no one let a link come to an APC project because it be almost done complete. Why can you be so heartless? Before that, then go rent one them family member in Os. Family member in Os near the Mafa field day. Now then they go run the community health center. How can you be so evil? So you see the trend. Fatima Bio, the First Lady, they build new hospital na 34. So people will not get sense. How you go build new hospital na 34? How can you explain that? Anybody will get sense. 34 hospital day, where during, I call it in Ebola, right? See boy? Now the people be they go. During COVID, Now the people they go during a natural disaster. Now they can go people. Then they refer you from Connaught Hospital to 34 Hospital. Then they will also say, then they build new hospital. With they build new school after you don't go paint. You know, what did they promise? They promised that they will build new schools to every district, every region. They have not done any. May I challenge anybody in a year on this platform right now. Please show me one. And I'll tell you all the new things them where they don't launch recently or for the 5 years that they have not done anything. Not go first by education to T-boy in place. Kono. They're not
They say they're not building university.
Whose part?
They say they don't begin build the foundation.
Oh, now they don't begin build the foundation.
That's why I hear you.
So they listen to the statement. From we don't give Kono University, so then go put the president go turn a sword or whatever they call it in, put baking. That was how many years? 2 years ago. Where then go turn baking, where the president say lights don't come in, the beginning say no.
He come out they watch for
He come out and they begin watch the sun tell. How do you call them? Salifana, le carre they call them country. It's during Zuhur, 2 o'clock, the sun warm. When I didn't say they cover, okay, tell them each for prayer, Lord watch. The sun warm, the president come out, they watch under the sun for lights. Where you go for go commission. So how you go commission on that same day? Then 2 years later, now you say you they begin build university. Will you be able to complete it with between now and June? You cannot. Lunge Airport, look up. What did they promise us? They promised us a bridge. We're going to be done within 18 months. With anybody who think common sense. But I blame the so-called engineer, the way they behind the president, where they justify that for them. From 2 billion, you push it down to 1.8 billion or what you call it. You say they build new village, new city. That's what they promised the people of Lunge. It's on record. And then you extend a terminal where it costs with 270 million and you call it a new airport. So you see the deception, T-boy. Let's go to this issue of PAD quickly. It is sad for Sierra Leone. Sad because nobody wants your free pads, your free sanitary pads. That is not the problem of Sierra Leoneans. That is not what the Sierra Leonean women and the Sierra Leonean girls they need. The first question you ask yourself, why can't they afford sanitary pads? Why? Because job not there, you promise they create 2 million jobs. You haven't done nothing in 5 years, except the 1 or 2 Aska them. I doubt if they were Aska said then see they operate. You open a car wash for you, young man, you say you don't create jobs. You promise people and say they give them boats for go fishing. Nothing we not see. 2 million jobs. So if you don't create
he give you farming, man, they angry.
Yeah, provoke the young people. Say they idle before they go farm, but they can't sit down at our base. They say, man angry, we're angry. Can you imagine a whole president? But then you sit down with Tomato Rice Project, 5 years. Now the only president this, and Salona the only place we're not able to harvest rice in 5 years where they don't plant. 5 years, we not see the bomber harvest. We not see one seed rest. One seed rest. Let them show we. So you see the deception. But let's go back to the PAD issue. If people able, the economy is okay, people are able to provide for their families and all that, they don't need your free sanitary pads. They can afford 20, 30, 40,000 leos to buy sanitary pads. Okay? The president is so not proud of a free education. You ever hear, when not the last way you president you talk about free quality education? Long time ago. Yeah. So you know what he does? It is shroud them inside human capital development. That's what he say. We don't provide human capital development. Big word. What does that mean for Sierra Leoneans? Nothing. Because he's not proud of it. And let me tell you why. The same President Bio is the one that told us that the most successful thing, and it's on international media as well as local media, the most successful thing of this government is the Hands of Our Girls project. The most successful in a young government.
How can you call that a successful project?
That is what President Bio said, not only, but then let's go back to it. When was the last time when you hear the First Lady, they talk about Hands of Our Girls? When? Because it's failed.
Yeah, they talk about sanitary pads, so that's the movement.
They talk about sanitary pads, but not Hands of Our Girls, because what they wanted the Hands of Our Girls for, they don't done with that. For all that they want for all, they don't catch boku money, a lot of money that was pumped into that by international institutions, okay, where they keep and convert for themselves. So they don't get the money, funds don't dry. When it comes to rape and reticulum, it's not a fashionable thing they're talking about right now. That is not on the agenda, the international agenda. So you know when cancer business become the agenda within the healthcare sector, what do you see then they do? Then say the First Lady can build cancer hospital.
Yeah.
We see drawings, we see pictures here and there. When was the last time you didn't talk about that? Because they don't catch waiting they want for catch, they don't keep up. They never deliver on anything. So that's the deceptive part. Just quickly on the award of awards for ministers and
of education.
So this time I turn, okay, about the awards then. First, the first 2 years would have been the receive award.
Not the president.
No,
Who?
Not just the president. Anti-corruption boss.
Well, anti-corruption boss, yes, you see.
Francis Ben Kaifala. For the first 3 years now, Francis Ben Kaifala.
No, but he's still a receiver. He still continue for the receiver, although he don't go routes for some time.
You know, you the area they talk about them that much?
No.
Now, who that they receive award? And the Minister of Education. Now they receive, and only one Minister of Education. Where they for what you call them?
Lower secondary.
Yeah, lower secondary school, primary and what you call them? Secondary and primary education, not to tertiary now and what you call them. So it's like them, yanda, they don't have fulfilled that part of the Ministry of Education and they do nothing. So Professor Alpha Wuri or Dr. Alpha Wuri, nothing in order they do. And David Sengen are the only minister where don't they receive award alongside the president. Who on earth in a right mind, even SLPP supporters, we go celebrate, say President Bion are the best presidents in Africa. But we saw, when now they talk, I say, who are they in a right mind? Yeah, qualify me question.
Okay.
Who are they in a right mind? When a SLPP
so you want to say all the one way they support the presidency and they don't have full money?
I'm not saying that. I'm just asking a question.
Are all of them crazy? No, me and they talk and they're all crazy. They're all stupid. Not a full.
Well, if you buy rest from 200,000 to now almost 600,000, then the currency don't go from almost from 750,000 to 2-point-something million for dollars.
That's development. Let's accept it.
So who are your development? Whose definition of development? So when you don't look at all that crap then you tell me, say, you don't vote for this government back. Now you business that one day. Also other person, because I see somebody they talk, say we hate. Who that what's there for hate? What is there to hate?
Ignore that where you say, I will be very mindful of the words they were going for it against them because they will be very hurtful. Let's just
no, I know they use word. I just
will have loved to
for highlight. So if you in your right mind, like blackout and they kill people and so on salon right now. Blackout as they talk. You understand? Then you grab, you say now the best president for clap for. Best president in Africa. Are you okay? You sober? You grab now the right side of the bed, so fall for clap and dance. So look at the thing and tell me if na lie they lie, say this government, not a government is dishonest, evil, and deceptive. to the people of Sierra Leone, including them self, them family members, them, and the one the way they support them.
No, well, it takes one to know another, because as far as I'm concerned, if you sit down behind your seats and thinking this government is doing extremely well in Sierra Leone, good for you. But again, like I said, we cannot toe the line of fools and then you think we're all fools. We can never be fools
T-Boy, honestly, T-Boy, what me go say is this government don't need for lie. You don't need to deceive people, okay?
But their most priceless agenda is to tell people what they possibly want to hear.
No, not what the people want to hear. What they think the people are dumb enough to hear what they're saying.
Yeah, but honestly, they are.
No.
They are. Because you still have people who are singing the praises of what they are doing. So there are so many dumb people in Sierra Leone. But
then when you ask those people, okay, I hate President Bio, I hate the First Lady, show me, don't tell me, show me waiting they don't do in 5 years. Show me, don't tell me now, just show me. Then they say, come out.
They don't build roads, they don't do the Lunge airports, then they build hospitals. They not promise with the Lunge Bridge. We may see a huge amount of world presentation in a PowerPoint with all the 3D dimension of how it's going to look in the new city, but we yet to see that bridge. They don't tell we say the president don't change education and flagship program. Hands Off Our Girls is one of the most successful charitable activity where the First Lady they do. The First Lady they help the women of Sierra Leone and make sure say they change their life. This is the best First Lady ever in the history of Sierra Leone. This president don't work extensively well in changing the lives of Sierra Leoneans.
Yeah, it changed Sierra Leone and their life from what he been there started to worse. It don't take people and down below, because if they change people their lives, let God make your life change like how them people and their life change. No, they just make they say this. If they change people their life, let God make you able to carry you picking on our hospital, blood no day, water no day. Let God face that situation.
Because the president has an agenda. And the agenda of the president now for tell the people of Sierra Leone what he believes that he is doing and is working. Okay.
Fine.
My own opinion, I think the one day where they sing the praises of the good work of the president, let God make una fall in the hands of the one day where they see the bad work of the president, they will not understand what's in that one they mean. That's all I will say.
T-Boy, the president is in it. Don't make excuses for him.
Let them make excuse for the excuse where they make is not an excuse. Because
I understand what you mean. Yeah.
The president is an individual, but you have a huge amount of dumb Sierra Leoneans that believes that he is doing extremely well for the people of Sierra Leone, specifically for those who are benefiting a lot from him. Okay, that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. But is that Sierra Leone, or is that a few of
T-Boy, even those people, you understand, when they pass behind them, so we won. Then they struggle and they suffer.
Oh yeah,
they just don't want to say it.
Hey, you understand?
So this is part of the deception.
Yes.
What will they see? You they lie to you self. How can you be so evil?
I highlight that in the beginning of the program for say there is a huge amount of discrimination within the discrimination what they see that's alone. Because just within the circles of the party structures, the people that were in authority in power, there is a huge amount of discrimination where they happen. They way even on tribal lines to say Mina Minde. The Mende gets fraction right now where if you don't belong to that certain Mende clan, an outsider. So it is obvious to say there are many people surrounded by the current government that are not really benefiting nothing whatsoever, but they are flying the flags just to cover their own safety. It's just because of their safety, Juma. Because like I said earlier on, I want
You
for
still have to cover stuff if you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, true, I agree. But
because when you not do the right thing, you still a lie. You understand, with other people and projects, other people and programs, you they claim and forbid you. So you don't understand, say, the people want you to deliver. That's why they put you in governance. Now that make them vote for you as a president. You actually promise, and the people are expecting this. So that is why you are making up stories, for things that you have not done. You paint them with lies. Why do you have to lie? Why can't you just say, okay, we had overpromised? Unfortunately, because of A, B, C, and D, we're not able to do everything. However, these are the things that we have done, and these are the things we are working on. You don't have to lie, exaggerate, and run propaganda, because the people can see you. Either they choose to say something, or they just keep quiet and watch you and laugh them off. But you already don't show them the kind of person where you be. Because this is why they say, I know they blame the people the way they be the president. He appoints them, okay? But they're only doing what he wants them to do. He appoints them to lie, to run propaganda, for worship and wave and what he call okay? So that's what he appointed, and that is what they're doing best. The president, not other person quiz in throat, they're not bokulan, they're not scholar, map na State House grounds, okay, na the garden, and tell the people of Sierra Leone, say, I have delivered on my manifesto promise for this country from A to Z, and I do bonus for una now. Not other person talk up. It was the president. It wasn't under duress. You know, go say na outside one hall. It was where he felt most protected. State House, you understand? Before a friendly crowd, when are only SLPP supporters and sympathizers of the government been dead. Not to outside away go say something afraid for talk. So he gave free will, the freedom for talk. And he did just that by lying to the people of Sierra Leone that I have delivered all my manifesto promise. Even the best government on earth will not be able to deliver everything on their manifesto promise. Lale Fanila, come back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Juma, for joining us with that sort of strong statement we I don't endorse even before you come and make that statement and they. But again, like I say, I don't highlight the differences in everything where you don't highlight just where you join the program. As far as we're concerned, Sierra Leone is for Sierra Leoneans, regardless what you think or what you feel or how you think or how you feel about it. We are very much disappointed with the current state of which they live in as Sierra Leoneans. Because with all the stuff that we don't highlight, you think otherwise, that's your choice. But again, that's a long world day. We'll see the difference when things change. We'll see the difference if things don't change. Because the one way they make the noise today, we'll still make the noise tomorrow. But in what volume or how or when or where? Because we get for knock some people in the mosque and ask, say, are you still around? Or what have you been doing? What are you up to? Are you still thinking the same way you were thinking about what you thought was the best 5-6 years ago? So like I say earlier on, when you papa don't left you for staff for 4 years and they want for come fast in New York because you go for competition, it's a waste of time. Because sometimes if food really can't do sweet and they kill you because your body not fit enough for taking them kind of nutrients and they because it will be overloaded. That's the situation we find ourselves in right now. And most of the feed the way they come your way, sometimes possibly now donated stuff the way sometimes you papa self no side and commerce. But I will sit around and say, me, Papa, wonderful. I have a wonderful dad because he's so concerned about me. That's why he's doing everything that he needs to do for me now. Because, for say, they can go take me WAS exam. So, don't care about me education all this while. Then begin away, something you go born, you don't look after. You do it, stay, the mama don't struggle, you don't suffer, you don't put on school, you don't go secondary school, you don't come out secondary school, you don't go university. And then the graduation term come. You feel proud, say, that's my child. Then mama turn around to you, say, you the grace. Mr. B say you get picking. Are you born? I go show you in papa. And they begin to say, woman, they're ungrateful. You don't deny me the rights for they can look after. That's exactly what we do right now. So because we papa, what we say now, we papa, not care about we for 4 years. Then all of a sudden, he concerned about we living. All of a sudden, he concerned about what do they eat. And then they still laugh we back again. And they talk, say, we not sit down. What are they do so? Now I get for do, and they continue for do. Really? But anyway, like I'm to
quickly before you go to Femi, something when I talk about the statement, the First Lady's statement. And Femi say, how you call her? You say a mistalk or a blunder? What was
a
it?
Mistalk or Mr. Buan for talkam?
Femi, what did you say? What was it?
He said he overlap.
He overlap. He not overlap.
He not overlap. Mr. Buan says Femi now, but I think I forget.
Why, Femi? What she said, I don't tell you about this government. Nothing when they do a mistake. It's planned, well thought through, and then they do them. As long as they don't make up their mind, say, then they do an like a train. Where you see they don't say from Insai, from Canary Wharf to Docklands, and then they go. The Docklands light rail, you know, they change in Edo. Now they go pass it, come back the other way. You know, say, okay, let's go left or right. A full boat. Now, so then they think. Because, you know, arrogance. Come on. Yeah, I come. Arrogance. And when you know honest to yourself, God always defend me for disgrace you. This is not a mortal man, and God, right? They disgrace them. In 2021, at the British Council, at the Freetown City Council auditorium, okay, the First Lady made the same statement about the sanitary, how she, you know, we feel uncomfortable talking about this, you understand, because these are meant for private conversation out of respect, okay? But how, you know, when then they reach, waiting can happen to them, or a husband, our president, can come in and say, hey, Fatima, today back, you don't paint the bed. You understand? That was a statement. In 2021, I can tell you, say, records day for fact check, for sure. But when he lied on Bokupan, and that time, you know, say I'm in absentia, the president was there. And the president came after I went to introduce the president, he doubled down on the statement. So the president is aware for other things say now disgrace and they disgrace the president. The president liked to be disgraced. He liked to be embarrassed. So that statement was in 2021. But you know, be talked at that time, you know, tell the people and say, now the president, I they get at the bed sheets them, he take he go be a yard, he go fend up cooking board, he puts how you call out the bio detergent or soap for brook, the way they go and gamo. No, you know, be talk down there. This time, he talked that because if they look at us, okay, I don't lie that first lie, the picking they laugh about and the school picking. You know that now like a teenager, they must laugh, you know, now comedic thing. He say, you know, at that time. Then this one now you can't tell we say now the president now in the book, they jump, you left. So God confuse you, he make let you look like an irresponsible woman force to yourself. Because we all don't they around woman them. We have our wives, we have our partners, you understand? We don't they around. Even traditionally force, na salon, when you get one room, when are they all man day? At that time, the woman and they get them privacy. Either they go put something, now they do not like a tick or some kind of sign for sure say, this is the time of the month. So the man them around will be aware, say, we not for go yonder or not for bother them. You understand? This time just within a household, that shows the respect. It don't mean say people are not aware, say then things that they happen. Even then conversation with them, they hold them, woman to woman themselves, they use code words, right? Let alone to man, because of the respect where we get to we woman, then not so people say that they know they talk about. We talk about it, but you respect it. It's not for third parties conversation. This is a private thing. You get for respect the woman then. So, but because of the lie, so what I want to point out is not only the first time the first lady don't say her. She had said it before. So not to overlap, now lie then the lie. Because in actual fact, we all know the president doesn't do that. You know, they do that. For go watch the yeah. Yes.
Don't underestimate that. Oh.
No, me that the one thing that one me go team up there.
Juma.
Yeah.
And let it lie per you.
Yeah.
Public twice. You know do nothing about it. Juma, if I dey look you now you yai, and the lie per you say, Juma, we are dirty me close at the fling, and Juma they ask me those.
You crazy? You know talking to yourself.
Thank you.
Who say you talk and they would end up once so they move on the board right there.
That's not Udat Juma.
Yeah.
Uda Juma is an individual who gets huge respect and responsibility for himself. He not gets no office. He not gets no status, power, or authority in his hands. So he not even tolerate that kind of stupid talk himself from T-Boy. Because he could tell you, say, I Chris. You don't have Femi self. If I can't tell and say, Femi, but Femi will shut off my talk rubbish. She go say, let me talk to so.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. He go tell me, let me talk to so. You don't Chris. You don't smoke. Well, I go talk Femi in Creole. You don't smoke.
Yes, but you smoke today. But
now imagine.
Yeah.
And then like Femi, and they can't talk the truth of what Team Femi don't do now in us. Now, if I been like Femi, it is vex for stay one day. But if not true at the talk where Femi they do, Femi they quiet because one first it is shock, and then they begin to say, how on earth if you can't talk this in a public man, boy? You don't try.
What he do so it disrobe the president, it disrespects him before everything.
A huge amount of disrespect to
it go further for tell we say, you know, it's exposed for show see the president, you know, get no work for do.
No, not to work, sir. The president is of no value to her. Now he make the worst in best spread after.
Forget about the value part.
It's so much disrespectful. If not joke self, not only president you they devalue so the one whole world, for God's sake.
The president is so idle, it gets so much time now and that the first way for do we grab na morning and for was in wealth in bed sheets, you know, a anger, you know it's go get matter.
I want them kind of love them do, but not for the public.
Question me quickly. So this first lady do this thing for encourage young girls, okay? That was the motive.
For encourage them for doing equally the same thing to the young boys.
So that's my question. So this is a small picking there as Femi highlights, right? So you then encourage them picking also say them for go find boyfriend. So then say where that time they reach that month, that time na the month.
Then boyfriend go wash after them.
Go wash them, sheet them and wash them whatever, the pad or whatever things them, right? That's just my question for we listeners. Go ahead, Femi.
Yeah, so guys, thank you. So first of all, T-Boy, you know Kandabele?
Yeah.
Now I go give if you mistake.
Double Kandabele back.
I give Kandabele. I make Juma give 30 na you na back. I give 12 cuts. If you
can you imagine? Then are you
talk foolishness like that and ever again? No, even a joke every day joke, not mistake joker.
Exactly.
But T-Boy and Juma, I defend me what I say. We first lady overlap. You know why? Because no matter if it was premeditated, how it deliver it not come out as sure say how it been planned. And if you been planning that way, if you don't seek advice and people them don't give her a thumbs up, say, hey, Fatima, go for it. They all did her this favor. You know why? that statement they make literally can make person turn around and say you're not dirty person.
Well, that's how they say expose them. I mean, I'm going to don't get that.
It's a triviality. There's no woman going to get up from the bed and leave the bed in a mess. It was a jump gonna treat. It's not possible. Any respectable woman would not do that. So if you proud for say that day na public, now because
talk the word, talk enough way, talk the word.
Make her not talk back. But that's the true reality. That make her think say she got a bit excited, he forgetting script, and he go deliver something where don't choke her now. But you know, again, if we look at the disrespect, because now we president. Now the president of Sierra Leone disrespect so in front of young school picking them. Not to the first and then they don't try for disrespect with president. You know, and you know, then can say we're Africans, you know, we not like for make we woman and more money than we not like for make we woman be the way the wet consist na the O's because it demasculates we. You know, if you think about it, yeah, at some point, our president was living with his girlfriend, and she was a provider in the house. We all know that this is in a true, you know, and I think say some of them statements also what we first lady they make now for sure people and say, not forgetting I made the way it was inside this house. She's so doing that deliberate.
Femi, you saying that there was a picture at one point, right, before elections or just after, you know, where they put out of the president a old one weight baby, the giam, what you call them, feeding bottle, right? So we all say, oh, in a Photoshop picture, people say, oh, the president be the baby seat picking them at the house. So the first lady, according to them, say if the baby sits na house as a side, you know, gig. You understand? So when they go after which color the president and they end up babysit, they sing Aringa and Rosie for the picking them, you know, in the pond, out of the pond. I'm not saying that is true, but her saying all these things go make less somebody want for believe that. Because maybe they say on a propaganda, no, our president, you know, in as much as things maybe it not go down that low. But like you say, it don't pull all the manhood by this president. Now just the other thing they no money need for talk. They let close the chapter. You understand? Because waiting left. Waiting left.
As I say, it's rather sad that, you know, I don't know what thing she's going to gain from it, but I think say it just one should say she's a powerful woman, and she's possibly the you know, the power behind the throne, if I can put it that way.
Let me ask you.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so the defenders of the first lady came out and say, oh, people don't understand the president's romantic. Is that how you express that your, you know, the president, your husband loves you? Or are there other ways you can say that?
Man, there's many ways. You know, we're supposed to love our wives. We're supposed to respect them. We're supposed to, you know, honor them. We're supposed to look after them. You know, let's switch it, Juma. Yeah, somebody go get a disabled wife, for example. Yeah, we're not able for fend for himself, and as a husband, it's your duty for look after them. You know, when we small, when we're not picking, we parents them look after we. You know, they bathed us, they fed us, they put us to bed. But guess what? As responsible adults, them, when we parents them reach at a certain age, it should be our responsibility for look after them as well and bathe them and wash them, because sometimes at certain age they can't do some of them things for themselves. So it's not the same thing with man and woman and us. If your wife there is sick, it's your responsibility to look after her. That should not be a problem. But what the travel says, she has no business, coming to the public for can tell the public, especially school picking them, waiting the happen in a matrimonial home. These are 10, 12, 14-year-old picking them. It's not their concern waiting the happen in a matrimonial home. Even when a big man and big woman, not for be concerned waiting the happen. He might be your husband, but he's our president. And because of that, you get forget the respect, especially what that in at kids. The last time where it's right for Fitia the man, the guy got upset. A person got upset. He go meet Sunday and go tell him, God knows what he tell him 9 years. I go literally love forget them what then they, but I bet say he was not happy and he tell and say, now for mind you words them. You know.
But right after that, now you go double down now. So
thank you. Now they say so. Now I think I think that the reason why she's done it is to show say until the last time I talk say he can't tell me off in the public. Now I go do even worse and he can't do nothing about it. She's trying to show that she's a power, making her try for do the Grace Mugabe power.
Right. So remember what thing happened. Now the same State House Gardens where the president became boast, so we say, old soldier never die. I will continue for fly. When the first lady after the SLPP convention at that time, it talked certain things. When the time for the president came for can talk, what did the president say? Let us don't wash our dirty linens in public. So now I make the woman can't talk. He say, well, actually, now you they book the bed sheet, now you they sweep, now you they wash pan, now you they do all things. And they say, no wash with dirty linens in the public. So me they can't tell people and now what you they do not host.
Juma.
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether you know say when certain people then they in love them can do all kinds of things.
Of course now. And it's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing, but most of the things they already do for love is always hasn't been propagated in the public domain. Because we know the worst thing the way some man can do for love.
Correct.
But regardless whether we not like the agenda of what the president don't do for the past 5 years, but I will still not accept the fact, say, he will be disrespected in this kind of way just because he want in one for sure say in husband lover. I think it make we country president look like some kind of laughing stock all over the world. Because, for example, if people who are watching what she's saying in every corner of the country that she goes and catalog it, if you be respect the president, so you go begin doubting integrity, self begin say, who's kind of man this person be? For they can have the talk down on so many times, not once, not twice, not 3 times, every other day. And even when the president got to the extent and possibly aggressively stop him, we saw the bruises and she make it public.
But again, I always say, T-Boy, I do not blame the first lady. I blame the president. You have no business in government.
I agree saying they blame the president.
Adeka, you have no business in government. So for let the first lady go team up na a podium, scolding ministers and say we're in the mourn or when get accident, reach 10 ministers we call them, tell them, osh. Then the president sit down and comfortable to watch. Who the hell you think you are? For let you expect, say if you get accident, ministers then for go to line, for go tell you, osh, Madam First Lady, osh, for your accident. People and they die every day. When they cause the death of them people, they celebrate the death. When they make mud, presidential guards, they come out, say, then go brush, then go, what you call people with iron brush, go kill una, he left buff. You celebrate that. The mayor of Freetown has been attacked so many times, endless times. They come out and make flimsy comments then for celebrate that. The Auditor General, you husband, not shame and not afraid and can't talk, say, if you know, face the heat, let not go na the kitchen. 1. 2, the the president liking the Auditor General or the way they face with your government, the coercion, the bullying and everything, say, oh, where people and they fit me with, or when they say things about me with, nobody not talk. So you don't see, I can tell you now, say, the president, well, no, not to me say, I support to that statement to say, the president's comfortable with what they happen.
But Juma, the reason
now reversal.
Yeah. For Atweed, now because there are people who are justifying the fact that the first lady is a co-president. So basically, no need to worry about whatever the first lady say because he talk because he has the right to do so. Over to you.
Right.
To me?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Palmer.
Okay, so really and truly, there are many people to blame, but I think I'm going to blame an institution. I blame one institution where I've been get high regards for. When St. Joseph's Convent School.
No, you know they go there again.
Sam, make her done.
Okay.
No say problem. When they talk, I not kind jump I talk.
Sorry, Mr. Palmer. Sorry.
St. Joseph's Convent School we allow a pupil for go through the school and come out so badly. It is terrible for make somebody who go to school they represent una so poorly in public.
I disagree.
School will be known for small discipline.
I disagree.
Discipline. So I blame them. So I hope say no more convent girls them go come out and criticize the so-called school.
Femi, you will go grammar school. I go name 5 people that we are not go school with you. Now grammar school, we go grammar school with you.
All right. So let me say something.
Hold on, Juma. I go name you 5 people that we are Sabi. We go school with small Fatima Jabi when are the first lady of Sierra Leone right now. But you name me 5 people and we go school with the first lady in a convent. 5. Where you so are you popular so in this country? We don't play music in this country. Sabi people and say it passed the end of you. Show me 5 person. But if I tell Femi, show me 5 people and we go school with Yvonne Akinsoya. You sabi like a 10.
100.
Thank you. So I beg. And then I say in no go convent so, but the people that will go convent go vex for you, Femi, if you talk that way.
Okay, so watch something. I
don't want to keep talking that way because I'm going to you.
Watch something. So what thing it don't do? You see, now make I talk about the deception. I want people to pay attention to this, Sierra Leoneans. Don't allow to be deceived by these people. Let them not lie pound and election term this. So you see what he do? For the past 4.5 years, he carries a waiting. He goes St. Joseph's Convent. Close to election now, he don't edit time now in Facebook. It's not there anymore. Now school.
Lie.
You know that. So if they go add and make the screenshot, I'll send it to you. I tell you, say anything where they write, where they record audio or where they film. You understand? We can fact check them. You don't edit them. Now, in order to get now Ansarul Islamic Secondary School, 9 day.
Thank you.
And he say he attends School of Journalism in London. So that is up to you and Femi for go cross check that.
No comments.
Go ahead.
I will testify.
Juma, Juma, T-boy, I did it deliberately for Brinda Nikam up because there has been a question mark about him attending convent. But up to now, Pastor, you didn't tell me so now Juma say he don't denounce it, he no good deal.
No, he not denounce it, edits in Facebook profile.
But as T-boy say, we sabi but who people that will go convent the same time way Fatima claim say he go convent. But the point I try for make is the people them we responsible for putting knowledge into them, we responsible for groom them up to a level where I think they have failed her. And if she claimed that she went to convent, then shame on convent. It will be fine for me convent come out and make a statement on that day. But we know that will never happen. But we know
because you get people when go convent, when are they usher and for even go there when they get events then and they carry and go there. So that again, it come back to the same shallow people. How will they encourage and enable people for do the bad things? Then we gonna corner, then they gonna corner and grumble, but they will never come out and talk about it, which is sad. And you're right, because if I don't come out with a statement, now say black are come out just now say go convent. They will not laugh it off, they will treat it seriously and make a statement. But because now the first lady, they only make mumu business and the thing, and they go grumble and a corner. But what till they wait for? Now for let government change, they will see convent people they want for can begin grumble down in a public. Now that time they didn't go understand something. Carry on.
Yuma, you mentioned say the first lady puts in a status profile, say what's in which school you attend?
Anzarul.
Anzarul Islamic Secondary School. Usai?
Kono. Koidu town also.
From what year to what year?
Well, not put year there, but me already know about 5 people where now they all attend Anzarul. And these people, not so far away people, but people closer to me, where don't tell me this 10 years ago. 10 years before when she started dating the president. That was like in 2013. Okay? Where tell me. Say na Anzarul. So side convents come out, I don't know.
Okay. That is
we don't even people that we teach them na Anzarul. We say we teach them.
Ma.
Yes, sir.
If you don't go blow.
I don't blow.
What I want to say to you, now the fact say not only that she attended Anzarul, but she also attended the primary school with my younger sister, we now being in classmates from primary school. And from there, yes, of course, he attended Anzarul because one picking be in Anzarul, we I be the chief team and they will not be in party because I'm small sister in party.
Hands up our girls. Now for na make party na go.
But you know, the missing I'm small, but so basically, you know what to say. But now me sister work probably and I'm very close friend. I don't really go to school. So where we get this guy where they on Facebook where they talk about and I make a tell and say, I wish you know Fatima, the first lady, more than any one of us here, then possibly he will be thinking twice of the thing they really say. But I'm not a blame man. You know why? Because the first lady and the president of the Republic of Sierra Leone is being surrounded by low-minded people when they think like a proper individual, they will understand their basic rights because they don't rely for live on handouts. So that is the potential of them survival. So as far as I'm concerned, it's okay. It's okay to sing the vuvuzela. It's okay to make all the song praises and everything that you think you can do. But if you look at certain things the way they happen as alone and you're happy, fine, no problem. Like I said, we'll go revisit some of them things there also. But I will not be surprised if it edits in Facebook profile and change certain information there. Now that Kono, Koidu Town is becoming the strong background platform playground for politics in Sierra Leone, they want for associate.
Exactly. So now make a link to the timeline.
Thinking of right now. So now that Kono is going to be a very key ground in the current state of the politics in Sierra Leone, they want for associating self with Kono now. So again, here we go.
So now make a link with the political, timeline, timetable. 4.5 years, she claimed that she attended St. Joseph's Convent, right? 4 months or 3 months to election, she edited the post, and now she's Anzarul. Yes, sir. Deception again.
Juma, if he been come talk say, he been go and he was to God and this day. Therefore, don't therefore don't talk complain say that woman did not come with school.
He not gonna do
literally, they're not gonna allow one for mistake.
No, but Femi,
now make us say blame convents.
Femi, I think convents was a right choice. Let me tell you why. Because convent now one school where encourage young girls, then maybe they repatriate, where maybe they come out from the war torn towns them na salon, especially Kono, maybe they can relocate themselves in a free town. So convents accepted a lot of them. I'm not going to deny that. But when the First Lady moved to Sierra Leone, she was no longer in education during the war.
Where he moved to Freetown.
Where he moved to Freetown, he never they go to school again. No. Because me, I know for trust, nobody go to school again because anything in the school be done. Would that be don't teach GCSE, don't teach GCSE? Would that be in a line? Would that be the also, would that they work the work? So I'm not going to tell you, say categorically, he attended school in Freetown. I will totally not say that.
Let me tell you what happened.
Okay. No, I beg not talk what happened.
Okay.
Make me tell you what happened.
Okay, you tell me what happened.
Okay, so what happened? Juma na Brookfield man also.
Yeah, I mean a Brookfield Central one man.
Yes, Juma I mean even they go hang out na convents, but of the team. If I go convents, Juma for don't know. Because
how for don't know?
Because it's a bit only girl where they go there. Juma every day they convents. So Tibo na the reality than the if I go convents. Juma na first for don't tell you say because it's a bit only girl he can hang at the gate so every day. I like Juma.
I wouldn't say
we got Boku Edwards and Pio Kolonko, but they were in this country even for us Sabia.
I would say
then they were Edwards and Pio so. I beg, please, you know, and guess what? Then saying it be fine, bang.
It's still final. We First Lady fine.
No, well, no, now when people in Sabi, the current First Lady where people in Sabi, now chalk and cheese compared to the small way we've been Sabi. Fact and himself said, bang, then they talk and with authority. Now chalk and cheese for the small way we've been Sabi compared to the one in the scene as First Lady. It been fine like a team for it. You see from far, you don't want her. You know they even hikes them. It been get everything where woman supposed to forget.
But let not be saying the I will First Lady. And they can't go complain to gentle first gentleman.
They joke with them talking and they not start joking and they are
making complain to president. So let me say this. Let me say this so you get what you afraid. You know what's happened, okay? Again, like I said, there's no need to lie. You understand? Even your worst story becomes attractive in politics and in public life because there are people that will relate to your experience. So you don't make up stories. You tell things that happens to you in your own voice. That's better. What happened was this, like you stated, T-Boy, during the war, when people come, you know, all right, let people understand this. That is one reason why even the youth age for Sierra Leone is being altered for good and push until to age 35. The youth age now at 20 or 25, now the youth age tab. Universal definition from 15 to 25. But we push we on from 15 to 35 for make provision for young people that we lost time. Because a lot of people have been here for stay 2-3 years before they're able to go back to school and finish school. So some man, by the time they do O levels or what you call it at 21, 25 years, you don't get beer, all of those kind of things. So waiting me understand with the First Lady, there was a school where they make inside convent school. You know, say convent and what's the other school? Anthony, right? Now, Anthony. Then they share the same.
Anthony.
Yeah, then they share the same thing. So government at the time accommodates now most of the schools them, including collegiate, St. Joseph's Convent. I don't know whether FSSG as well. For let them run afternoon schools for cater for displaced people, them internally displaced people and refugees where come on Liberia. So if they go inside convent compound for go attend that afternoon school or evening school. So automatically it claims saying as St. Joseph Convent he attend. Not so that, but the school I still remember now, you know, makeshift pan body, then build inside there for accommodate because they're not be able to take them now the normal building. So they make that afternoon school. They close to the, you know, the Holy and outside they can do events, Femi and T-Boy, self no. So even YWCA,
T-Boy no, because I go BRD.
even YWCA, then we make that afternoon school late for accommodate that. So now this him make now and say, and this time bring about for most of them school and they forget a second shift, afternoon shift. They're not being get afternoon shift, but because of the influx of internally displaced people, they allow that to happen. So in maybe technically right, it been they go inside convent, but not attend St. Joseph's convent.
You man.
It be they go in, listen, it be they go inside convent, but not attend St. Joseph's convent because she was not officially enrolled there.
Even in that capacity,
right.
War broke up Nakono when it became disastrous. I was not in Sierra Leone anymore. Right? So now think about it. I've been done school. Yep. And then my small sister been to go school that same day now I'm here. This, you know. My small sister been to go school now I'm here because it comes Kenema from HRSS. It can't free tongue. It can't continue for go school now Amadia because that been the closest time that they will go able for getting self admitted into school because school been disrupted in the province.
Correct.
And then same day you wanna reach Konoyeto.
Yeah.
And I was still in Sierra Leone. When we left Salon, I think 2 years later, and then the war reached Kono, where Kono became a disastrous area because of the war, and everybody find themselves all over the place. I was not in Freetown anymore, and my sister, we don't go back na Kono. It don't begin do business there, then they mind for an hour, they make serious money. By then, they're not been to go school again. And there is no way my sister, with Miss Sabi, may her soul rest in peace. Come out Freetown, he go back Kono, then go begin dig down for her. He come back na Salon, he can go school back na Freetown. Not possible. So basically,
what I for say
is the current first lady not attend no school inside Freetown. Because the time when the war broke na Kono, all man's cats are go all over the place. They're not been to go to school again. Facts. Whether you might like it or not. Yes, continuity we can London, yes, I know for say she enrolled into university and she was doing film studies. She was doing acting. I don't know about journalism, but yes, I remember a couple of times we were supposed to be doing some work on XYZ, nothing to be discussed in public. But I know for sure
it gets a powerful story, a powerful history, where for people use for motivation.
I swear to God, this not to say I'm just saying this, yeah? But the first lady would have been the most loved, the most cherished, and the most possibly elegant first lady ever home for Nagana Salon, provided he maintained every status quo because she has a history. She has a rich history behind her. For somebody who don't go through so much pain, they don't go through so much disastrous within her life. They don't go through the war. It don't be displaced. It don't kind of freedom. She survived all that trauma. She went back to the Gambia. She reclaimed herself a little bit more and flew to London and started a new life. She has a trail of activities that could have led her to become somebody. And she was also into the entertainment industry where everybody made a glamour in a salon.
Right.
She could have paved the way for so many youth in Sierra Leone if only even get the right direction. But I think they get carried away with this yes, ma, yes, ma, yes, mama, yes, mama, until they realize they cannot tell her positive things no more. Everything she was saying now is yes, ma, yes, ma, yes, ma. And I don't blame her for that because she's surrounded with sycophants.
So, T-Boy, if London Jet 9 publicist, what do you expect?
What in?
London Jet 9 publicist.
Well, again, like I say, when you surrounded yourself with sycophants, then that means you will not get the best advice in the world, because everybody's going to be saying yes man to you. Nobody can challenge some of the decisions that they're about to make. Nobody could challenge some of the things that they're about to do, because they all just say yes ma, because they're failing to realize if we allow this woman to go do things they want to do the right thing, it tell not just on her, but everybody else around her. And sometimes we have to think, look, we forget about, okay, politics or not politics. If I have decided or chosen to be alongside the part of the first lady, I will guarantee you're not going to do all that we should be where they happen. So passing on for like me around for like the next couple of weeks. So you say, Tiba, go sit down use man. I'm not interested. Because again, I know her. We kind of don't live together within the same community.
Confess too. Confess. Let me let you confess. No.
No.
Wait.
Now somebody where he know what thing he wants. And I will make it clear for this whole government, anybody will don't benefit past anybody in the first lady. Because you know why? This is always what she ever wanted in her life. And she achieved it. So shame to all the way they run around and feel to say she hasn't succeeded in anything. She has succeeded in what she always wanted to be in this world, to be the most famous young lady, wherever she is. And she has achieved it. So anything you don't foresee, you don't achieve that. How is it you know? Well, all over the world, possibly. You don't achieve her because she is popular, whether being negative or positive. She is popular. She is known. She is known. And sometimes I see the small that I know in her, even up to date. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
The reason I say so now, because when you know, like I would say, Asabi Femi, there are certain traits of Femi where sometimes I don't sabi 20 years ago. As he performance, I say, this is not Femi. I see Femi 20 years ago.
Before he bought him, let Femi come in.
No, I bought me muscle, and it's not going to be able to say, and I say, I'm going with.
And they go like complain to President Bill. If
you say no, doctor, you know what I'm saying.
Juma,
yeah.
Juma, when I listen to it, anybody say,
yes,
you were sabi you then they call you.
Yeah,
they call you for nothing. T-boy no. Yeah. T-boy no they call her Fatima. They call her small. Yes. So it's and when me meet Fatima now through T-boy. Yeah, I met Fatima through T-boy because T-boy didn't happen at the same community. I think it was even more than that. I think they had a good friendship, family assisting a small sister in Paddy, this and that. But I met Fatima through T-boy, and then the next time I met her, she was working with another lady. I think she was Gambian, and they were doing some pageantry thing, and then book we for go work for them. So we worked on a platform together with Fatima all those years ago. But what I go say, T-boy know I'm not too small. I'm good one. So what T-boy they talk, let we listen. I've been there. I was part and I witness and I see I hear and I know. So whatever T-boy they say, but small as he call am, una open una ears, make una listen.
T-boy, you don't tell we they eat pound sterling. You don't tell, because if you go and you go England before the war reach that salon, you don't tell we they eat money. You.
No, can you problem more and not say.
T-boy copy so this.
No. Yeah, let us make one correction to Tony. Tony, what I said, not to say the same way the second phase of the war can happen or school not be happen. I mean, my sister not been the good school anymore doing the second phase. The first phase, it not been that destabilized because then go back and integrate. Now that's not the easy way. Where you go back for the second term, you go continue for do the mining business, they made the mine for her. So she settled there as one of the Jula man where they buy diamond. So basically, it not been the go school again. Not of us say school not be the operator. But they were not in school anymore. And my sister in Kabal, they not be to go to school again. Now money no more them they make because they enjoy them, they mind for them. And I so believe say possibly, I'm not going to say Fatima self be the do more, but possibly the first lady, possibly because income from that kind of mind family background. So basically, any young person where they cannot end days and they within the age of 18 to 25 and influential, something like how my own sister they may forget people to dig for them.
So now ask now this question. So then I'll, Tiboy, you can take over back. So a lot of people they say whenever the first day they come with anything, they use them as a distraction strategy to distract people from actual things where they're supposed to focus on. Do you guys think that's true? And if not a strategy, I think say that it work or it just it creates more problems for a husband in government?
Personally, I think it creates problem them. But we live in a different society to which most of we grow up pan. How things then they happen now. We they see I'm wrong, but other people in the see I'm right. As T-Boy says, she wanted to be popular, and she's now popular. And that popularity, the way they go about might not suit me or you too. But there's a great number of Sierra Leoneans them where, as they can see, good news or bad news or all news are news. Bad news is good news. As long as she does something we go put in face in name out there again, go make with the getting kind of conversation there, so make all them school picking in na salon, they go crazy, and the youngsters them, the new voters, and they go crazy and they talk about Fatima. I think she believes that it's a win situation because we back in the days, politicians, well, not politicians, doctors, nurses, teachers were held in high esteem. In America, the most popular woman get for be the Kardashians, Kim Kardashian. Waiting Kim Kardashian they do for in fame. You tell me, T-Boy. So you see, that's the world that we live in, and at the reality dandy now that some of these people will use all kind foolishness just for being the public eye, and because that happens, they win. So although me and you go look as a disrespectful president, a disrespectful country, she's not fit for the position we hold. She doesn't represent convent or whoever school you go very well. We can look at all the negativities in there, but as far as she's in somebody's mind, in their thoughts, she thinks she's winning, and most probably she is because of the way things are nowadays.
All right, T-Boy.
You might think it's a distraction, but again, when you look at the distraction, the level at which you want for William, then go determine whether it's a distraction or not. But I don't think it's a distraction. I think what I feel personally maybe she's suffering from is the limelight. And when she fades out of the limelight, she always wants to do something spectacular that will bring her back into the limelight. Then make her say, when you're surrounded by sycophants, they don't really censor what you say or how you say it or where you be saying it. Because I put a huge responsibility on the people surrounded by her by not actually having discussion prior to some of these engagements, because they just jump on the bandwagon and travel all the way to the provincial town without an agenda. Because in the first place, yes, like I said, she will have been the most liked first lady because she's bubbly. That's, you can't take away from her. She can be friendly when she wants to be friendly, and she can be ruthless when she wants to be ruthless. But again, as you just say earlier on, you need somebody to guide her through that path of what she is possibly going to say or do. But I will not say sometimes it's distraction. What is she trying to distract within the political atmosphere? I don't know. but I think it's got to do a lot with the way she is thinking personally, because she doesn't want to fade out of the limelight. And when she
it has to be about her.
Yeah. And
So
again, it's not a bad thing for things to be about you, but let it be on a positive note. So basically, if she had the right set of people who don't just say yes ma to her all the time, it would have been better. It would have been possibly the best first lady ever. Wouldn't they claim say it be right now, but she could have done more. Because, for example, the sanitary pads that she is executing now, that has cost a lot of money, whether it gets them for free or not. But if she had focused on her niche, which is the entertainment industry alone, that would have made a huge difference, because she still has the capacity to twist that sanitary pads around and create an industry of her own, which she can still be in control of regardless of power. Because that is a niche. We all know what she was capable of doing when she was younger within the pageant industry, even if that was something that she may have maybe regularized in a way that people would benefit from it, because she benefited from that, because that was exactly what brought her into the limelight anyway. So she could have used that as a stepping stone. There is nothing wrong with being a pageant queen and a first lady. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
So she could have used that effectively well to create an industry that could have thrived and bring in some amount of sanity to the pageant industry, so people know the value, and she can stand up and say, I came from here. This is what made me who I am today. Because if I wasn't a pageant winner for Miss X, Y, and Z, I wouldn't have been as popular as I was today. Because the pageant industry, like Femi said, opened so many doors for her. That is where she started most of her philanthropy work as a pageant winner, and in the GU project that we get for run, a charitable project. So that is what, now that side in it starts.
Now that mentality they carry.
Thank you. So from that end, it came now into the film industry, because again, from the pageantry, lead them up to charity work, we lead them up to making films. So it gets a story. So the attention will possibly, I feel, say they happen for distraction. It's not really a distraction, because there is nothing that she can do that will distract the political atmosphere of Sierra Leone. People might just make noise about it for like a day and then they forget about it.
Right.
But pardon me, it'll go down bad on her for what she is doing that will have benefited the entire community as per se, but not the other way around.
So is she a risk to the president and the presidency?
I don't think you can class her to be the risk, because again, the mindsets. Because when you look at the mindset politically, she could have been a powerful tool for any political party we want to thrive into the minds of young people. But that has been totally disqualified by the amount of stuff that they've allowed her to do, by the amount of things the way she shouldn't have been involved in, by the amount of controversial things the way they feel to say if they do, where they benefit the party. Maybe it might do benefit the party somewhere or the other one, but I think nationally, you don't have to do things for just a certain portion of the community that you're supposed to be serving. That's where they're getting things wrong. Because if the first lady was serving in the interest of civil unions, like it or hate, like her or hate her, you will still give her that respect to say, okay, yes, they do things now. But when she does things now for political purpose, it's different, because everybody knows why she's doing it.
Yes, Fabi.
So repeat the question, because
is the first lady a risk to the president and the presidency?
Okay, so I'm going to answer that after I ask you a question.
Okay.
Because by your answer, go able for elaborate a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Will the SLPP in the future give Fatima Jabi Mada Bio the opportunity for lead them party into an election?
I don't believe so.
In the future?
I don't believe so. It will never happen.
What did Femi say? Femi, say that again, please.
When they ask question,
Go
say
on, ask the question again.
If SLPP go give Fatima Bio in the future for lead the SLPP and for represent them as
okay.
A presidential candidate.
It will never happen.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
I will tell you for sure. I will tell you for sure that First Lady Fatima Bio will not hesitate to take that opportunity.
Well, you said take the opportunity and try. She will not hesitate, but the SLPP will never. Let me tell you this.
Juma.
Yes.
Juma.
Yes.
The way how things are.
When they lose the elections in June, that will be the end of President Bio, now the SLPP and Fatima Bio. So that will be the end of their history within the SLPP. I know they say Pau Pau or JMB Boys and Girls Club, or how they call it. What's that the name again? JMB Women's and Associates. I know they say about SLPP party. That will never happen. Let me tell you why. Yes, Femi, go ahead. So, one of the reasons, why do you think lucky this SLPP don't make themselves as a Southeastern party, right? Watch the number of people force. Presidents. The one president where all Sierra Leoneans, even if you get some small reservation, but at least give respect at the highest level from both aisles, either APC, SLPP, or whatever, the late Tijan Kabah. Sierra Leoneans, I'm not talking about party, they say Sierra Leoneans, they will always reference him mostly for some good things, right? Mostly for good things. And Sierra Leoneans will agree that creates the kind of tension we will get so. It may not be the best president, but we always don't attribute good things to him. But the SLPP never liked him, and they thought it was a mistake because he was not a true Southeasterner. You understand? And what we try to do is to wipe his history away. Anything we connected with him. The late Solomon Berewa struggled within the SLPP because na CKC Igo in Ogombo school. Charles Magai, where in Papa, then go say na one of the people that way build SLPP, did not survive and not succeed within the SLPP because na CKC he attend. Kande Yumkela, where they say Papa na the founder of SLPP, not survive na SLPP. So based on those things, looking at the SLPP tradition, how then they choose leaders them, will never accommodate Fatima Bio for lead them party. Go ahead.
Juma. Femi Abeglago. Juma.
Yeah.
And they make this statement not by accident.
You must answer me question because you don't answer me question. Yeah.
And they make this statement not so accidental, not to if or but so. But I will tell you for sure, if the president lost June election, and Fatima Bio do a U-turn, and invest, what I say invest seriously in Sierra Leone for the next 5 years, What I say invest, not politically.
Invest to say.
Listen, if
with whose money?
Nameka, they say, listen, if he invest every wealth where he don't accumulate within these 5 years and come out and apologize to the people, we get a very gullible country.
We'll get people were forgiving to some extent, but not now.
If Fatima come and publicly apologize for the mishap of the thing that will not happen when them in power and ready for make a U-turn and invest a huge chunk of the wealth where it don't accumulate as the first lady of Sierra Leone in Sierra Leone, I bet you have the capacity to run as a presidential candidate in Sierra Leone.
Okay.
SLP.
Lord, listen, Femi first.
So, answering your question, I use Dandy for the answer where they can give. As I say, Fatima Timap na public, it tell people and say a man no they protect them when things and they happen. A man vex, he go team up and talk na yes. He talk say we get accident, the minister they none or reach 10, we go tell her us. He now go team up now school them any disrespect with president. That woman does not do anything we they calculate. Something anything can backfire Panama. But I think that she's placing herself. Yeah? I still say just know if they no win this election. I think she's looking at waiting go happen if they no win the election. And I'm bet you anything. I'm not saying that SLPP will gam, but I bet you anything she will try. It go try because now the kind of person will it be. She's a go-getter. That's one of her good traits. She's a go-getter and she'll possibly get what she wants.
Unfortunately, I will back you up 110%.
Unfortunately, Mada was not her first.
You that you don't know the SLPP.
Yes, Naimeka ask you the question about the SLPP. And I am not saying the SLPP will give her that opportunity. But what I am saying is I would not rule it out that she will try. And I think say that they see them, this it done it try for place. It try for show say she has power. It try for tell people and say, now me get this power. I can do as I choose. That's what I think. The Lily and Natiwa Sabibo Fatima, I believe say that's what she's looking at. She's looking at placing herself in a position where sometime in the future she will be able to remind people of waiting them it don't do. So answer to your question, yes, she's a risk. She's a risk to the current administration for get re-elected because some of the things that they say and do, she's making enemies of people them. We support him. We support the pauper what's the thing? What is pauper? They're not administration. The movement, the pauper movement, and we support the SLPP at the time of the election. So if they've lost a lot of, because Boko people, some people are waiting now where they follow we on a regular as well. Belek Fatima, they looked up to her. They say yes, it's a change, it's somebody different, blah blah blah. But she's upset a lot of them by the way she carries herself, by the action she takes. So they've lost some people, yeah, because of in misbehavior. And that could cost SLPP. SLPP won a narrow victory in last election. A very narrow victory,
94,000 votes.
And now they don't lost a chunk of that because of the precedents on delivery on deliverables them and in attitude and in them. And then people them where they afraid say, We government, they can't come on our power. Then say, don't go now in Afriton, as T-Boy say earlier on today. They're not going to in Afriton, they don't go sit down in America, they don't go sit down in London. So they don't have to vote. They're not going to vote anymore. Small piece in the full bit, Juma. If all them people are so trickle out of the country and trickle away from the SLPP, those that means to say the APC by default will run SLPP even closer than they did last year. And almost vote you say between them?
94,000.
Now small number than the 4 overturn. So you happy with my answer?
Well, I respect your answer, and you put them in perspective as well. So, anyway, Tibo, over to you. May just come and begin ask me a full question in the direct program. Sorry about that.
No, not so you full question. No, you full question and make more questions because it puts the mind to thinking. And again, like I said earlier on, I will support and back up Femi 110% because the Fatima we me know not get limit to what you want for achieve. Like I said earlier on, Naina the highest beneficiary.
The question not to whether he go try or he go attempt. The question where Femi ask is if then go gear. That was the question. No, it's not
at the
about
moment in time.
Anything that she wants.
At the moment in time, she's not asking for anything. She's taking everything.
But Femi say if the condition, if and in the
Juma asked me say if na risk factor to the administration, and my answer to that was I need you for answer the question first. In the future, not to now. In the future, would the SLPP not say Fatima go try, or maybe say go try, but will the SLPP give her that opportunity? Because without a party, you can't get there. Although you can go stand as independents, but we all know it's not independence. They don't really go very far.
So let me say, you see all this talk about woman thing. She's the one pushing it behind the scenes, okay? But people don't understand that. But then they make them, so as the trap, let the opposition start. So then she has a case to say, Una see, the opposition don't do this. Why not me?
Again, Juma,
always say I don't do.
Juma, like you clearly said, currently, he has the resources, he has the power, he has the mandate. We don't see how it dictates.
You not get mandate to a big.
What make us say get the mandate? No. What make us say get the mandate? We don't see already how it perform publicly outside the president's day. So that alone is an authority of a mandate.
So again, the president is support. But now make us say when they lose the elections in June, that will be the end of them.
If the first lady go by what's in I say earlier on, he do a public apology to the people of Sierra Leone for the mishaps of what did not happen whilst they were in governance. Yeah? And he invests huge amounts of resources where he don't accumulate over the 4 years in them staying in power in Sierra Leone. Salona, a very weak-minded country. I no go doubt if he will able to use that. He go able. Members say.
No, but T-Boy, hold on,
Juma.
Before she gets there, she has to have a party with a back arm. And
that's not going to stop her with SLPP.
If the party go get the symbol.
At the moment, she believes she's the only strong candidate for win the election for them first.
There's no problem of what she believes, what she thinks.
Juma. Under. Juma. Listen, Juma. Under Fatima Bio. You know any existence of SLPP women's wing?
Okay. When I can tell you, say.
Yes, you know. Then I want two.
When I can tell you, say, there's no existing SLPP women's wing. I can tell you, say, when they lost the elections, okay, when they lost in June, you there at the mercy of the people. Your money will not save you within the SLPP. I make reference to you for other people we don't in a similar situation, we don't in a better situation. Let's say
they have been in a better situation, but they did not have the resources where Fatima gets right now. I bet you. I go differ you and challenge that situation where they make example of. So, like I tell you why.
So you know how much you get for pay for join JMB?
Juma, make I tell
you
you
know
why.
How much should they pay for join JMB?
Juma, you possibly take this lightly. If Fatima choose for stay in a salon, if he choose for staying at salon, if they lost the next election, he still get for them in control of the NCP.
But T-boy, the people of Sierra Leone, yeah, we all know the history of the presidential family. We know waiting them he gets na their account. Not also? We know waiting and supposed to they pay the pa. We know the allowance where the mommy for the get. When they come on a power, it will be our government's responsibility. It will be anti-corruption's responsibility for ensure say any money will belong to the people of Sierra Leone. Any money will belong to the people of Sierra Leone that has been taken and put in a private account them should be returned. Then for confiscate them. So the power and the money they talk about now, come June 23 and beyond, we hope say the country of Sierra Leone will take their money then they back, because what they should be walking away with should just be the money where they don't make legally, where we constitution say then for pay them. And I should say Juma go get that amount to the last Leon.
We'll find it wherever. I know say T-boy go get more of that safe passment. So anyway, low left that part. They go over to you back, T-boy.
Well, I just want for we now talk about what is going to 3 o'clock now. Anyway, last topic of discussion: fuel crisis. When the president make a statement, say, "In as the president of Sierra Leone, and gonna kill him." The fuel price not get for candle. It go even continue for go up, say. Your take on that?
Really?
You're not like so man.
I'm serious. I see post them about it, but me not listen to the statement. That's what I'm saying.
I hear the audio.
Okay.
And clear. Say, in not get control of the fuel price, Salon they manufacture fuel. And as far as in concern, you're not able to change the fuel price or make it candle, except then killer.
Okay.
But if they're not killing themselves, the price get for continue for rise.
Okay.
And you not get control over that.
All right.
Your take.
So me take na this. And I want anything where the president talk for taken seriously. For a simple reason, because they always don't tell me saying, now waiting, president what?
Talk and do.
Talk and do. Okay. Remember, a few years ago, before he became president, there was a snippet of a video where he said, I will betray what? All of you.
Not a snippet, so he talked back again now the interview where Umo Fofana do it.
Correct. But we not get the full interview at that time. I mean, I say before he became president, long time ago, he told Sierra Leoneans that I will betray all of you. People, no, propaganda then they do. The president tell people and say, I should be seen to be calm, but you should not be calm. We they see waiting they happen at the country. The Pademba Road killing, Makeni, Tombo, the harassment of people, them sending thugs for go broke pooling stations and all of that. We saw it, right? Under in full command. And now we don't see things that we have never ever witnessed or seen in our lives. In Sierra Leone, where presidential guards, they make video now the president's lodge and she we will brush you now, we use iron brush and brush you now, we will kill you now, we will go this, we will go that. We have never ever witnessed it. But they don't just say it, then they back am with actions as well. So make I mention this that for remind Sierra Leoneans wey sometimes go feel say na joke. But the president in 2017, was it November or December? I think. No. I think it was in 2018, sorry. The presidential debate. T-boy. What did the president say? We want change. But we don't know what kind of change where we want. But the people are tired and fed up. A bag of rice from 60,000 leons to 200,000 leons. The what do you call them? The dollar from what? From 3,500 or whatever to 750,000 leons to $100. The price of petrol from 3,500 to 6,500 leons. The people are tired. The people are fed up. We want change. But what kind of change do we want? We never ask him what kind of change he will deliver. So
he did. He did.
He did?
Yes.
What did he say? How much the price of the rice will go?
Now that's not tell what he did.
Exactly.
But he tell me say they bring in the change of a new direction. How the points go at the back?
Yeah, exactly. A change of a new direction, but we not ask what is in that.
But you see the arrow. Who said the arrow the points go?
Of course, not bien.
So are you saying that is a change of a new direction for go forward?
According to the president. So if tell we say the new direction means say if I bring rice can down, if I bring petrol can, then I don't tell say I don't deliver for una from A to Z. But now it don't tell una say if una want to, una kill me. If una no want to, una not kill me. Una must buy petrol 20,000. It will even go up by to 30,000 leons because we still they use the old leons. Now on our business day, the president. We talk, we cry, we wail, we did all of sorts of things. It tell we say, go continue for fly. I dey fly and I go continue for fly. Whatever you want, are you business day. So, not take them lightly, T-boy. If you want for votes, for let fuel price continue for go up, we mean say transportation go up, rest price go up even more. Every other thing will go up even more in the country. It's your choice. Now that's how I say. That will be my take on it for now.
Femi, what's your take?
Yeah, then can say, what goes up must come down. But fuel price, na saloon, can down. It's sad because fuel is important. Yeah, important. Not normal for commuters that really go up and down the country, but important for people and for carrying goods and go to market. So if fuel price is that high, what does that mean to the commodities that we try for buy? Somebody is going to, that businessman, businesswoman, for make them make profits, because the aim of business now for make profits. For make them make profits, then get for add all them costs them together. And fuel and transportation has to go in there. So then the factor all that money they in, so the price of the product, whatever the products be, go up. And other than the pedande, now the citizens of the country. And when commodities then they high and work no day, or the workway day, you wage not able for meet up the end of the month, what's happen? I'm really surprised at say really and truly. Well, I would be really surprised if they vote SLPP back in this year. And if that they happen, really and truly, most of the people them way, if anybody will miss Sabi and where they reach out to me for help, vote SLPP. Una beg, una not tell me, because if una mistake, una not ever ask me for help again, because you're bringing a downfall on yourself. And we're not talk about Northerners, we're not talk about Fritonians, we talk about the people of Sierra Leone. Because guess what? Somebody said the same price of a bag of rice in Friton, na the same na Bo and Kenema. And sometimes even more safe because they get for pay transportation for goodie. So how can you live in those areas, support them people there, so where they bring misery? Where they bring misery to una? You know, that's the true reality. You know, he promised, he stated he counts the money of almost the dollar been B, and almost the dollar B when he been the talk. You know, he compared the two. He called almost one bag rice been B, almost one bag rice B. You know, the percentage increase, if you look at where intake over, this is in 10 years time, where intake over 5 years, no more, not even 5 years yet safe. By the time the 5 year they done, now who say been take over April something?
April 4th, 2018.
By April 4th this month, una check almost the dollar rate if you not go if you not go to add a few more thousand you on top. And that is the reality, T-Boy Juma. You know, we're dancing, singing, praising these guys. They clearly weren't ready for business. They weren't ready to manage our country. Again, at the talk, and because they did not have the experience of doing a day's work in their life. You know, as a president, you're supposed to be the general manager. Nobody's expecting you to know everything. What we're expecting you is to get the right people around you so that you make the right decisions them. But if you take people away there around you because then are you family, are you friends them, and do I know when they give you 50 pounds, where you been in England unemployed every month and they send 50 pounds to you, then you're doing our country a disfavor. Because then people are so already appoint aren't good enough for our country. You left the other almost million people and where you for don't pick from, but you're picking from the handful of people and where they ruin the country. So as I say, come June 23, with the hope say the people of Sierra Leone do the right thing and vote. But if they vote SLPP back in, then that is a government where Salon deserve. And then make them not can cry to me, they talk for me personally. Make them not can cry to me personally. Because last election I made a statement. I tell all the Wasabi who had the app for support, say these people aren't good for the country. I say now we neighbor them at London, we sabi them in total. They're not good for the country. We they tell una, but they did not listen to us. They feel to say, oh, na boku talk with the pan. So not what today we don't begin talk this talk. We don't begin talk this talk today. Because we know them. Who know you know they call you. They call you by your name. We knew these people. We knew they were not going to deliver. We told people, but they didn't listen. We'll get the other opportunity they can now. And will they remind you back to tell you trade. And will they tell you back. But if you mistake, go make that day. Then some of you get for pull and pan salon.
All right, thank you very much, Femi. I know I make you done with that harsh statement because that statement they get for pinch wall, and if you pinch wall, you go feel that pain there, and that pain in that pain will go for no for live with and for the rest of your life. But anyway, I know I like we keep it longer than what thing we already don't do because
but you can't do that. You can't
guess one specific.
No, you can't tell me not for talk so.
Why?
Because guess what? In 5 years, in 5 years, look how tough. In 5 years, look how tough we don't left farm. Imagine another 5 years. Imagine another 5 years of SLPP. Imagine another 5 years of Paupa. Imagine another 5 years. Because me, I don't say SLPP because it's injustice to some of the key SLPP man them we we're not happy to it in the happen. So imagine another 5 years of Paupa. I am serious, bro. We cannot afford, our country can't afford forget 5 more years of this administration.
I agree with you, but now when you say you the pull am, this game guy agba, and we all get for able not for pull am for make it work. But if we say we the pull am because the game guy agba, no problem. And regardless whether SLPP win the next election or not, APC coming into governance or not, the game not get for done because the Agbapana Eboku, so we know the pull am. But that not mean to say we foresee them and allow things to happen the way how it happens, so which is not correct. But we go still talk them. But at the same time, I know look pull am because for pull am, a ship already way on the ground, a disaster. Because that tsunami, they will not go able for control and because that tsunami, the way it reach we.
Tibo, let me ask you something.
Done.
You work for your money, right? You get sleepless night. Maybe if you're lucky, you get 2-3 hours a day.
Mm-hmm.
And most of these things that you do possibly is not because you want to do them, but because if you're within your means no more and your immediate family, you don't have to work all these extra hours doing all these extra things. But there are people who either depend on you or you they reach out to because of circumstances, and you do it willingly and gladly, right? But if people deliberately go vote this government in and boast, say, the president are talking, you don't do all the good things there. Then rest cost 1 million, they begin calling out, say, T-boy, don't pass 1 week, will not cook now with us. T-boy, me picking them, then sick, and able to carry them go hospital. T-boy, we see, so they don't pull with things then, although we are homeless right now, become a husband, and we don't, you know, get job for these 5 years, now another 5 years they cancel, you know, get job. Would you be comfortable to take your money and send to those people who willingly, me and you, they talk, say we vote now, we live, willingly, voluntarily, you understand, without any coercion, decide, say, this is the government I want. Would you be giving them your money?
No, I won't.
You won't. So that's what Femi is saying. You know, they say they pull and pass alone. We're not going to stop talking about what is happening in Sierra Leone.
Okay.
But what they say is the people of Sierra Leone get to understand, say, the power is in your hands. Your destiny is in your hands. Not so just the destiny of Sierra Leone, but you have to look at what is good for you, what you want for yourself. The life you're living now, are you comfortable with it? Because for let you look at government generally, or the country, the impact, look at you first. How everything they impact you. Are you happy? We all don't talk now, right? People were getting paid how much? 500,000 leons. How much was the dollar then? 750,000. So if you cut 250,000 commodity almost, at least about $60, right? So let's put that way the average. Okay? Now you're getting paid what? 800,000 leons, and the dollar is 2 million. So how much are you actually getting paid? How much are you actually? Not even $40. So you've lost almost $40, right? Almost $40 now you don't lost so within 5 years of your salary where you go. This is the one way they work. So if you used to have 600,000 or 800,000 where you don't spend for your family, you don't buy less 200,000, you buy 15, then something you for go buy in a market or go na your pub near, or you reach out to other family members them. Now you can't do that anymore because you can't even afford to have 200,000 leons left for yourself after you don't buy one bag rest. And this is the majority. I'm not talking about the few and far between where possibly they have 10 million, 12 million, and so on and so forth. This is the one that the majority where they are the civil service because government is the highest employer in the country. Okay? The policeman, the people are bossing. Those people will get that thing and the police them. Their salary not reach 2 million leons. and I'll bet you my life right now. Then salary no reach 2 million leons. We not even reach $100 right now. Salary no go up. And if you decide you go again and go vote for that because you voted for change, because you were not comfortable with rice being 200,000 leons for bag, dollar 750,000 leons, petrol 6,500 leons. You were not comfortable then. So you voted for change. What kind of change? You wanted a better life. So how are you going to justify now to vote for someone where don't make your life don't worse off than how you were 5 years ago? What justification?
Okay, I hear you. Your points are valid. I totally understand the points where they make for justify everything we summarize in terms of the standard of living don't drop drastically, 40% of your or $40 of your normal income earning wage every other month don't drop. But we cannot sit back and say, yes, that is okay. It is never going to be okay. It's never okay. So my own concern that the fact that we cannot stop highlighting these things, even though we know say the worst we can face is another 5 years of this powerful government. We no go down well in.
They don't want Sierra Leoneans don't want that war. Slow not even encourage them.
Sierra Leoneans don't want it if they voted properly.
Yeah.
Only if them vote the right way.
Correct.
If them vote for solution, if them vote for not the new direction change, if them vote because them believe say they not get 10% satisfaction of this current government, then yes. But we have a nation, we're very low-minded, only think about the bread and butter within the eat today. That is what these governments are preying on. And attending at the message we possibly we should be talking about. So people understand. Now make earlier one, I make that scenario where say, you not don't pay me school fee for 4 years, and then you want to get the best grade from the GCSE or WAS.
Tibo, I get for interject.
Go on,
I think say you go where you are costly people and say they're low-minded. You know, our government hasn't given these people the opportunity for earn a living wage. Yeah, they're not given the opportunity. So that's the thing. This is all now strategy for make them day in poverty, but we need, you know, so the people are actually victims, yeah? They're not victim. But the points where I mean it's kind for me say I go Poland, it's because I know people we ought to know better. Yeah, where I see them personally, I school them, I tell them say this party, this current power administration not mean well for Sierra Leone, and they argued with me. Yeah, and up to recently now, then they suffer, and then they come to me for ask me for money, and because of the kind of people they will be, we support, we help, because we then cancel you as Juma say, school figure for pay, may I get for buy. You know, all the F15 there, so the way you can't really and truly say, no, I'm not going to help. But really and truly, for how long we go the help, then the same people who the help, then they cause their own downfall. You know, and that's the point I describe for make. We have an opportunity to vote the right way. You might not like APCO. Personally, as I said before, I was an NGC fan. Yeah, but guess what? No third party can pull SLPP out of power.
Sure.
There's one party we're able for bring the change we want to see, and an APC. So if you not like APC, you therefore try for votes for APC for make sure say we don't have another 5 years of this current administration. And they talk to the people them now the Southeast in particular. I dey talk to all of them because the suffer wey dem dey suffer now, not so because them brother dey na power o. Because if them brother dey na power really and then it be mean good for them, it go give them jobs. Them we would have seen factories in the southeast, yeah. We would have seen that. We would have seen mass employment going in those areas, investments in those areas. I beg una show me any major investment within a salon. You know, we dey complain, say money not in the country. Money dey, now circulating money not they circulate. Possibly less than 1% of the people and they enjoy the food same where we want no country supposed for they enjoy. And that's the sad fact. Juma say 800,000. He say policeman then, not to the phone to buy them. The one that we get bought, you know, they earn 2 million, not they earn $100 a month. How you go buy one bag rice? How you go pay petrol? How you go, I want to say pay school fee for you picking them, but it's free education. But still, when you picking go to the free school, you get for buy book. You get for buy exam paper. You get for buy uniform. All that not of free. You get for put it na the picking and belly for make them go school. Because if you angry, you not able to study. You get for get lights na you host. When lights not the day, if you been get that you kaba tiger is still a bit, you get for buy fuel for them. There's so many things them we not right for we country because they haven't taken care of the lily and nuts in them. Then go change we country in money. Spend almost per we money for bringing new currency in. Has that changed anything? The new currency now will they claim back so. By the time I go to reach millions back by the new salon loans from NATO about the old one. Because they haven't done the basics. But as I said, these people don't know better. Then they can't enjoy no more. Because when the time done, they're ready for coming out the country and go outside and go with the country money. So I'm hoping say we anti-corruption and with future governments then go run after every single minister or president or first lady will go with salon money and try to get them back.
All right, thank you very much, Femi. So we can wrap up within the next topic of discussion. We have one bring camera. I think so we left that one for maybe Friday if we can do a Friday show. Otherwise, another one for me could spend another hour into that because that's a topic on its own. We may for be the running mates for the APC. But anyway, Femi, what will be your final word for today's program as we wrap up?
My final word for today is again to people of Sierra Leone. Let's think about what's happening in Sierra Leone at the moment. Let we not make them come full with any last minute as we gonna say candy. They one day within a Juma area or with the butterscotch, you know, many not can sweeten we with anything this last minute. You know, it's not acceptable. They have not delivered. There is no time. We don't want to give them the opportunity for can cause more wahala. So let we just cut and yaso. Say thank you, no thank you, job done. You not do good job or you do good job or we not want again. We say thank you, go sit down, go into retirement. But we want we country back and we need for begin look at the future. Sailing is not gonna be fixed in a day. Nobody's gonna come to Sailing that's going to fix it. But we'll get for begin try. And then people as they not try, they use a lot of money per thing that will not be necessary. You know, airport was not necessary. We were traveling to Sierra Leone. We gonna get problem that we go salon. We're not happy with the state of the airport. But guess what? I would have taken that struggle there any day if they give me good hospital. If they give me good hospital na salon, I go travel. If they say I get for cross that water, they will pamper self, I will cross, I will pamper. As long as I know say there's a good hospital in Sierra Leone. Where will people in sick who get for fly there abroad? Yeah, you were not able, you will not get the financial backing for able for do so. You're not God no more. Now God no more the people and they go pull teeth, they know they come on hospital. You know, that's the true reality. And you be it redo, you be it greeno. Now the same thing if you can't afford to fly out of the country where emergency meets you. Matter not they go come up, President Bill not they go come up here and I can't save you because you voted for him. No, you suffer the same way the get person go suffer at the same hospital them. And that's what I'm saying. We need to look at dancing and we need for look say, okay, what in the guys who don't do, if they may not try in the last year, if they may not do certain things, then you go say, okay, we don't begin see. But they have not done so. Tibo Juma, there's nothing. You know, all them go say they have all these people that we go, they can't cost for them, they make, you know, but what are these people benefiting? You say not for cost them, but then they cost them safety, boy. Because if sick happen to them right now, there's nothing can be done. When First Lady gets an accident the other day, she felt it. But guess what? It's because our roads haven't been looked at. You know, at
she mocked the same road. Now, he mocked, they say that particular road, now he mocked that same road, they say, oh, the road get pothole, they're not fix them. But she saw it, I like, you see, they're not even make another road there. Forgetting, say, this is not about, you needed that road to travel.
Thank you. And it's not just the people in the north, because one day go there, well, you self your Moscow go there. So you see, they can say where you backyard dirty now for sweep them. Because if you not take time, it go sweep, it go block inside your house. Now then they happen to ram. You know, we saw the history about that girl when we walk na that bakery, he park na traffic na Lumley roundabout. Motoka lost control up Spur Road, came down and took the girl's life, the woman's life. But you know, people are gonna say, "Oh, now God in time." But no, if you look at that particular sports day, the amount of accidents that we don't be in that sports day, it's about time say a serious government looks at that place and decide on how to change the structure of that place day so that we don't get a repeat of that day. Every time you go na Lumley after a certain time, na roadblock. We all don't team up na that traffic day. So we have all put ourselves in danger of a truck losing control up and causing the same damage we kill that picking. Now that happened to the First Lady. The road, the way they talk, but so don't get accidents numerous times. On this occasion, it was you, and that's what I'm saying. When sick meets you, when we don't see the sick, then it happen. We don't see the hospital, they know they perform. But nobody says nothing. But when sick meets somebody, when you go there, because you don't get the money for left the country, on an emergency, you just get for go there, you go catch an infection, you go die, because people haven't done what they're supposed to do. We can't keep turning our blind eye and say, oh, nah, so no worry, in 100 years, in 30,000 years, salon go fix. No, we should start doing stuff now. There's no point in spending almost 270 million per redecorating we cannot go say innovating we airports, and then they haven't spent a penny for fix we health system in Sierra Leone with the abo per donor money. Even Jesus Christ say I will teach you how to fish, so that not so today no more you go eat, because if I can't give you a handout now today no more. But if I teach you how for fish, you go able to go provide for yourself and your family. Why can't our leaders they understand how for govern with people them and provide for with people them? Then just they take them, put on them pockets, then fly around the world, then eat in expensive restaurants them, then drive posh motorcar them, then buy host them. Juma, I heard that some junior pauper man them don't buy 3-4 hosts inside London, inside expensive area than a London, where the average host the average price of the host now like $5 million.
Yeah, postcode, the expensive
pounds. They have bought these properties them, and because They haven't bought them with a mortgage because they haven't got proper employment. They bought them cash. Also, I think then cash and they come out. Now the money they learn away, then they send go now we country them for better we country. Now loans the whole country they take where we grand picking and get for pay in the future. Now them people so they use on their own pockets them and their own benefits them. These are junior people in inside Pauper don't buy crazy houses in places like Chelsea. But yet most of the people in our salon not get thing for it. Not get clean water for drink. We picking and then they build water na gutter. Really? So my last word for today is that I really and truly encourage people and foresee the light and see say this particular administration, the Power administration, is no good to Sierra Leone. If we give them another 5 years, we go ruin the country, possibly beyond repairs. So I'm hoping that people then see waiting then they gain from this administration and vote rightly. As I say, I'm happy with all the third parties, them, all the independent people, them. I am not wishing you guys any bad. I just say wish say no more. We all put and then together and vote SLPP out. And for Dudande, the only party we're able for Dudande na the APC. So I hope, NGC let us down, because I think say NGC could have made a big difference at this election. As I said, they would not have voted the SLPP out, but what they would have done, they could have gone to APC and form the next government of Sierra Leone. I think say KKY missed a very big opportunity. Now with the split of the NGC and the C4C, a lot of people have gone back to the SLPP. They don't give SLPP more power than they're supposed to forget. Because then people who don't go back, they've all disgruntled. They all not be happy with the SLPP. But now then we all go rather go back. But if we be united and say we want the betterment of Sierra Leone, we could have all come together and kick this administration out. So I hope it's not too late. I hope say APC able for talk to certain people, them get get the people them way, what can you call them, the swing states, if I can call them that, the people away might make a difference.
The decisive nations.
Yeah. So I hope say we able. I'll be really disappointed if Sierra Leone votes this administration back. But if they do so, then as a country, I guess we deserve another 5 years of poverty.
All right, thank you very much, Femi, for that summary we don't give it today, and I believe say that don't summarize exactly how many people in the think in Sierra Leone, including us and including myself. And if we look down that road, then definitely we are going to see a darker future. But we don't want to see that, because we want to see a brighter future that will happen now. So over to you, Juma. What will be your last message for today's program?
All right, thank you so much, Femi and T-Boy, and thank you to our viewers. Glad you were able to meet some segments of the program. Apologize for coming in late, but other things in the way we do. Thank you so much, and we tune out every week, day in and day out. I make we film if we're able for broadcast. So against all odds, against all things that we would try for the night so and do a program with Tuna. So I want to encourage you now first for continue for like, subscribe to both the YouTube and Facebook channel, so at least you get notification whenever they come on live. Today's conversation, the part we don't meet. This is an election year. We have few months to go to elections, and it's all okay for a lot to talk about politics, because if we not discuss the issue here, certain things and they take for granted will be the deciding factors. So it is our opportunity for discuss. So we say go tell una which sabi and hear from una as well which una say we think. Election not a light thing. You get for begin make up your mind if you not be don't make up your mind yet. But you're not voting for T-Boy, Juma, or Femi. You are not even voting for President Bio or Dr. Samora Kamara or any of the other candidates that we get for Emerge. You're not voting for them. You are voting for you. You for decide who that you want for trust you faith to na this country. We all know say na God we believe, but na on earth and we this alone. Who that you think say you go hand over for make decision on your behalf. Who that go do the right thing for you. Who that go make your life better. Now that reason you they vote for, not for the person. You are voting for a reason we sit well with you. So that's why we keep saying we own slogan here, your vote is not just your right, but your vote is your life. Your life, because now they go tell we how you will get bread and butter and food on the table for you and you picking them and your immediate family first, because that's what matters most. Now when you don't eat, you will begin to think about other things. Now then they will decide whether you picking them able for go school and able to give them the opportunity for compete in the future. Now that votes now go decide whether where you seek or somebody where you care about, including your neighbor, go get medical care where they need and where they deserve. So not all that post you vote for. Now that post you vote for, now go make that one green vote, now go make for you live in prosperity in that country to a point where you not to just a living wage you they earn, not to just for eat and go to bed and say, Papa God thank you, you left all things at God hand, but you will begin plan, say, I want for build small house for me and me picking them. Where we say we go get so landlord no go dey throw we na do. We no go dey na bay, dung bay, where water go can flood the place where in season can begin and guard. Now that vote now go make you know whether you drink clean water or you pay boku light bill or the transportation high and all that. So those are the reasons that we get for votes. How personally, because if you're not comfortable personally, you know what think about how the country they develop. We don't believe say, as we don't say before and now, that this government will not do anything new for you. They will not do anything different for you. They will not do anything better than how they don't carry the country go beyond for you, for me, and for we all. We're not saying that you're voting because we don't like President Bill. We are voting because he's not capable. He does not have what it takes to move Sierra Leone forward. If we vote for him for another 5 years, just know say we are doomed for a long period of time. So me go left hand day and say thank you to una all, and we will see back just now. Thank you, T-Boy.
All right, thank you very much, Juma and Femi, for your contribution towards this program for today, How the Go Inside the Republic. And I want to extend my thanks and appreciation for all the one who I heard of for the past couple of hours for listening to We Talk, and for appreciate the facts. We're here to discuss facts and some of the facts that in the world don't live by, that in the world don't experience, that in the world don't go through, either in person, within a political atmosphere, or outside the political atmosphere as Sierra Leoneans living either in diaspora or Sierra Leoneans they don't live in a salon and face the reality of what's not happened with Sierra Leoneans them for the past couple of years, and especially within the past 5 years. The stuff they will don't go through, the thing they will don't see, the direction where we head to, and why we feel say that is not the direction that we want for Sierra Leone come June 24. So I want to say thank you to all those that have been watching us and making contributions on Facebook and YouTube for all their comments and suggestions and possibly statements being made towards the program. I feel say we have to share our thoughts and ideas of what we believe in, and we get for believing what we believe in. If you believe, say, the salon where you sabi within this past 5 years, and the salon where you want for live and share your memories then with you picking them with your loved ones, because if you say this is the best that we have had over the past 5 years, then vote the right way. If you feel say you vote now something where you trade for a bag of rice, which means for the next 5 years your life is going to be even more difficult than it has been within the past 5 years, then vote for that. If you believe, say, you vote now something way will be beneficial to you, and you picking them, and you position of trust, you position of making sure that you are employed, you position of making sure that you begin and they get quality education, not to speak of what is quality education to what we describe as quality education right now. A flagship something will go benefit you picking them meaningfully, not to because of we want to use them as a bargain chip for politics. Then vote the right way. And if you feel say you vote, not to just you right, but now you live, then vote the right way. Because whatever decision you make come June 24, that decision we get for live with either for the next 5 years, we will make you live even worse than it is right now, or that decision we will make you life begin for see the change and transition where you feel say you look up to as a Sierra Leonean. That choice is for you to make June 24, 2023. If you choose otherwise, then the choice is yours. The Sierra Leone way we live in, that is Sierra Leone way we all believe in, that is Sierra Leone way we all for benefit, that is Sierra Leone way we all need to get equal rights and opportunity, regardless of your gender, regardless of your tribal, ethnic minority where you belong to or not, regardless of your political party colors, and regardless of who you are as an individual. But for as long as you are a Sierra Leonean and you have the capacity to exercise your rights as a citizen of Sierra Leone, you should be allowed to do so based on no form of discrepancies or based on no form of discrimination, we will limit your ability to perform as a meaningful civil union. Like we always say, the diaspora has played a key role in making sure that these governments not perform in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. Because a huge chunk of the diaspora, and they in governance right now, who they expect they ought to know better because of the experience we don't gain from this part of the world, especially from the UK, who they're able to apply and implement some of those disciplines in their various different capacities. But guess what? Do we have the right set of diaspora? Are we capable? We get the potential, we get the ability to deliver in governance right now? Or we have the wrong set of diaspora, when a yes, my diaspora, we go able to do anything we then ask them to do, and not ready for face the consequences of the reality of the mismanagement structures that we don't put in place for the past 5 years, where they only benefit a few people from the diaspora and few people where they live in Sierra Leone. Like Femi say, junior members of this government are buying houses that are worth millions within the rich community in the UK. But the fact that they don't have rights to mortgages because they cannot show any capacity of their earnings, they are buying these houses outrightly with cash payments. But guess what? It might be at their detriment, because like Femi clearly say, we need to sit by as Sierra Leoneans and allow things to go by for free. We will not hold anybody accountable for their earnings and for their luxurious lifestyle, we know for sure say cannot afford to do so based on their basic salaries, whether in or out of Sierra Leone. We know those people. We've lived with them. We know their capacity. We know their intellectual capacity and how much their intellectual capacity can earn them annually. So there is no way they will be able to survive and live without some of their intellectual capacity. We will limit them to a certain amount of salaries for the year, and the kind of lifestyle we then will choose for live after June 24 will determine exactly who should be paying back or who that get for forfeit money we accumulate legally. So that's the Sierra Leone we're looking forward to see within the next couple of months. Election year is here, and election is just a couple of months away. So let's think properly as Sierra Leoneans in the diaspora. If you know Sierra Leonean where they within the diaspora, we get any capacity for go contest for any position in Sierra Leone, you get for veteran, because it is your right now to scrutinize whoever wants to take any position of office in Sierra Leone, especially coming from the diaspora. because the bad name we don't get a plenty, and the bad name continue for stay, and the bad name continue for exist because some of we keep a blind eye and fail to execute the duties of being a rightful Sierra Leonean and execute the duties as professionals in this part of the world, but fail to execute them when they are in Sierra Leone. Chalk and cheese, how will you interpret that? If you know for say, what you do in a salon, you don't get the mind or guts for do not even a percentage of them in the UK or wherever you're coming from the diaspora, if you know go face sacking, possibly prosecution for maybe mishandle or misappropriation of funds, or possibly theft and corruption. So that's the salon we want to see. A salon that is clear free of some of these activities of the people the way they run with government. With government is not a piece of cake where everybody just kind of more cut and take their own and then give the rest of peanuts or crunches to the rats the way then they see they behind them. We able for just follow them just because of they have a huge tail that they can lean on. Let's stop that Sierra Leone who don't sabi for the past 5 years and bring back the possible glory days of what we will look at what in Salon for be. So I go on for say thank you once more. We might possibly come up with another program this weekend or this week, maybe on a Friday. We're not the head-to-head. We will look at few things they would try for put in place and get people then for come and discuss politics, the particular reason why that because we want to vet every individual and discuss how the politics of Sierra Leone get to be directed going forward. We need to sit down and allow things to happen again the way how it happened within the past 4 or 5 years in Sierra Leone. That's change. What they ask for now, we they put in place routine now the changes the way we want and how we want to see them happen and when we want them to happen. So don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Facebook, so you will forget the notification day as soon as we go live. And for all the haters, you are also the lovers. We can never hate each other as civilians because the more you hate, the more you tend not to join or listen to our crap. But you're so inclined to listen to some of the rubbish they already talk because you're not just here just to make statements, but you're also here to learn. And it's good that you're staying on to learn because it's very important to learn negative and positive things that will benefit you. Because if it benefits you, you might take it and pass it on to people who possibly would like to hear the fact and truth about what is happening in Sierra Leone. And the good thing is, invite more to come. Invite them as much as they can. Because sometimes not hearing or not listening or not getting the message different from what you don't always use for your might change your mind, whether you like it or not. Positive reactions can always be positive if you use them properly. So continue to watch us, continue to follow us, and continue to bring in more people to listen to our stories, our discussion, our reality truth. Because the truth and reconciliation say, true as for talk, but I normally bring peace. And the peace we bring, now for allow the same people them will perpetrate all the crimes and atrocities against innocent civilians that they will put back so in power because now the peace that they will feel to say the true way we talk. Now we try for live by so. But it's been the total opposite because the same people that we write the truth, we ask for talk. Now nobody bring peace. Now then back they abuse them. So we don't want to repeat of that. So we either put a stop to on June 24, whether you like it or not, we're going to have a new Sierra Leone. So until next week or possibly until Friday, I want to say thank you for watching and thank you for all your contribution on Facebook and YouTube. And thank you for joining in for the first time. And thank you for bringing in more people to join in for the first time. And please subscribe so that you'll have the notification whenever we come up live and doing things that you possibly might not like, but want to listen to the conversation. So until Friday, possibly, have a good weekend and goodbye. From the Sierra Leone Media team, I want to say thank you and we appreciate you all. Bye.
attempt for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program, look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sierragemmedia.org. Now who's term these?
I do believe bad or unfortunate situation should bring out the best in us. Growing up, I've always looked at myself in the mirror and hated myself, asking so many questions. Why am I different from others? Then eventually my mother happened to explain to me one day that I become a disabled due to the 11 here what we had in Sierra Leone. I've had challenges from different aspects of life, from different phases. One, I can say psychologically, I've always had this low self-esteem. Before, I'd seen myself as not useful. I've also had this social differences. I've experienced differences from social level at which people show some form of stereotype, marginalization, of course. January 6th. I can still remember the hate in their fingers when the word was badge of honor on me. It was a brutal merit, a verdict of unconscious merriment and injustice. Soul injured, burned bridges, they left me unpacked with eyelid and bruised kneecap. Couldn't turn back because they burned down my bridge. Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor? January 6th. Boom, boom, everywhere like hearts beat. They are gone blitz, but with a different language of I hate you. They break me. Crave to put forth my future at stake. I could have been a basketball player, an instrumentalist, a doctor, an engineer, and many more. They literally killed my dreams. Tick, tick every night, time whispered in my ears. Tell me not to worry, for I am the best doctor, it says. Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor? January 6th. I was only 3 when they came through with nothing to bargain for, but a will so free I wish. They let my blood be the signature to a treaty between chaos and solidarity. A solidarity to peace, they say, a peace I cannot find, as others thrill with love the likes of fear. Stereotypes, stigmatization, doubt every day they attack. Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor? January 6th. An event that left a mark on the forehead of our nation, exposing this land and its people to the invasion of corrupt mind. Men with the gift of a wordsmith, architecture to our blood spill, but when it comes to giving, they are as stingy as ironsmith. I have blatantly refused to accept anything they say weigh me down. Thus, I have this to say. When our fate meet destiny, we sometimes feel the entire world must be wrong and it wasn't our time. But we must not let these sparks of stereotypes lead our minds into oceans of frustrations, but rather, we must have the courage to mix anger with sympathy, hate with compassion, and above all, we must love Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor?
Because my father and others have been killed and laid here. The anger is coming that we are not learning. We are making the same mistakes all the time. All the time we're making the same mistakes. I love my country, but I usually say Sierra Leone is the country I hate to love. I do love my country, but my God, it's painful. So this, to me, the anger is not because my father and others have been killed and laid here. The anger is coming that we are not learning. We are making the same mistakes all the time. All the time we're making the same mistakes. I love my country, but I usually say Sierra Leone is the country I hate to love. I do love my country, but my God, it's painful. So this, to me, the anger is not because my father and others have been killed and laid here. The anger is coming that we are not learning. We are making the same mistakes all the time. All the time we're making the same mistakes.